Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We are entering into part 2 of examining King James idolatry, the heresy dividing the church, redeeming truth by Nick Sayers, part 2. So this is an interview with Mark Ward. So last time we went through the first 29 minutes of this video, and I was quite shocked at how Mark Ward, he has sort of been let off the leash here a little bit. He's usually quite passive aggressive in his insults to people who use the Textus Receptus and use the King James. He's belittling, looking down from his ivory tower, looking down at people and saying, well, they don't know the original languages. How can they ever, work out the differences between Greek text and Hebrew text and things like that? He's used genetic fallacies to try and relate us to the kooky type of people who use the King James. I mean, there's all sorts of kooky people who believe in the Trinity as well. I believe in the Trinity. I'm sure you do. But why do we have to be herded together like cattle and branded all the same? Why do I have to be associated with Stephen Edison? Why does he have to be associated with Ruckman? Just because of the Bible that you use. But this is a ploy by critical text advocates, and it stems from James White, and it comes from before James White with Carson and Wallace and several other people. But if you actually read this book that Mark Ward holds up and Wes Huff holds up, they basically are in agreement with the categorizations here that anyone who has anything to do with the King James is an onlyist. And usually in the minds of people, when you say, oh, you're a King James onlyist, that means you're a cultist. That means you subscribe to everything Gail Rippling has ever said, Peter Ruckman and Sam Gipp. And there are some people who have some really lame apologetics to do with the King James, just the same as there are some pretty lame ideas about young earth creationism. If you go out ministering, street preaching, door knocking, whatever you're doing, sometimes new converts will say some pretty daft things. They'll say, oh, the reason that people in Africa have darker skin is because they're out in the sun too much, or, just basic stuff. And you're like, no, it's actually melanin in the skin. That usually you get these type of questions, and some people just out of an ignorance have an answer. And that's what I found with a lot of the popular King James only type of answers. Sometimes they get it right, but sometimes they get it wrong and it's daft. But the same thing applies to the critical text. If I go up to someone who's just using an ESV and doesn't know that much, and I say, why are you using an ESV? They'll give me all sorts of strange answers. And most of the time, I've got lots and lots of friends who use modern versions. And so I've heard people say the most ignorant things, but I usually overlook it and think, well, they're just ignorant people. But unfortunately, what happened, the academy became the place of intellect for understanding the critical text. Because the critical text is it's based on pseudoscience, a bit like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They have the 12 prophets in New York. And so they've got the Watchtower magazines, the Awake magazines. They've got a certain type of theme that they're pushing around the world. And people just have to get on board with that. But if you meet a Jehovah's Witness, you could know the Bible, cover to cover, memorize lots of places. You know the gospel very well. But if you don't know about Jehovah's Witnesses, it's a new experience for you. So a Jehovah's Witness comes up and starts saying that, Jesus is Michael the Archangel, and, the word was a God, and all this sort of stuff. And you can just be in confusion. And so the same type of thing has happened in the academy. So Westcott and Hort and other weirdos like George Vance Smith, who's a Unitarian, like a Jehovah's Witness, helped to give us this new, never-seen-before Greek text with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus smashed together, which are totally different from each other, but they put them together somehow. They've been fused together. They've dropped out a whole bunch of words. They've got 2,900 less Greek words now than the Textus Receptus, and they've got 8,000 changes. So there's lots and lots of problems. And so this text has been heralded as the best, even though it only took about 20 years for their own crew to go, hang on, we've just found a bunch of papyri, and there's Byzantine readings in the papyri, disproving the whole concept of Westcott and Hort and the Lucianic recension. But you don't want to let the facts get in the way of a good story, and so they've still lifted up the Westcott and Hort text, and that's gone through time till today. Pretty much what we have is the Westcott and Hort text with a few bells and whistles. Gone through, heretics like Carlo Martini, liberals, heretics like Metzger, who didn't believe in the inspiration of the Bible. They don't believe in the preservation of the Bible. Kurt Aland, these other type of people. So these people know their science. It's like when you run into someone who believes in evolution and they don't believe in biblical creation. They've got their own science. They've been learning that for years, that they aren't really interested in what we know and what we think. They're interested in trying to debunk it, but they've got their own science. And so what happens is when they start bringing out these new versions, the first people who are saying, hey, I think it's wrong that these verses are taken out, the first person to really notice that type of thing are pastors. And sometimes these pastors are not completely educated in the ways of the critical text, just like most pastors aren't educated in the ways of Watchtower or JW.org or Mormonism. So it's like all these critical text guys that come on the scene and they're like, well, we're the highbrow crowd. Bart Ehrman's like, well, I'm the greatest scholar, Metzger and all these other guys. So the average Joe doesn't really understand what they're talking about. They just have this air, this scientific air. So it's an ascendancy of a scientific dictatorship. So you see they are a bit like, you have to wear a cloth over your face or get some sort of weird stuff jabbed into your body. You just trust the science, you just trust these people. So the average person, like some pastors have gone, hey, this is wrong. Let's make a case against this. And at times you get some pastors who are weird, some pastors who are not, I wouldn't agree with them. I wouldn't really attend their church, but in their mind and in their heart, they're like, this is wrong to get rid of all these verses, to create all these contradictions, to have all these mistranslations, to have the wrong geography in the Bible is really bad, to have the wrong genealogical lists of kings in Matthew 1 is really bad. And so they start trying to give answers. And that's what I see, like the Ruckman, Ripplinger, Gipp crowd. They've actually got the correct conclusion, where at the end of the day, they're holding up the same thing I'm holding up and saying that's the word of God. But it's just how they get there. And so that's why I actually enjoy the Textus Receptus Academy. I allow people in there who have strong King James only type of links, in a sense where when I say King James only, I actually say that separate from that group, because usually King James only means the Ripplingerites, the Ruckmanites, because I've always said that. But now I'm just a part of that now, even though I've done my own New Testament. How on earth can I be a Ruckmanite? But that's what Mark Ward will call me, and that's what James White will call me. So this is just, my suspicions were true, that they just want to smear us all. They don't want to make out that we are individuals who have come to certain conclusions. It seems like they have a script, and number one on the script is make sure that you put all of these people into the same group. Now, I was listening to Jeff Riddle the other day. Now, I agree with Jeff the vast majority of the time when he's talking about bibliology, when he's talking about Septuagint and all that, the vast majority of the time I'm in complete agreement and going, wow, that's great. But then I was listening to something else and he's talking about preterism. And I was like, I am completely against that, But this is the thing. This is this is what is ignored by James White, Dan Wallace, Mark Ward, Jonathan Burris, all these, Stephen Boyce, all these people who come against the King James and against the Textus Receptus. They are not acknowledging that we are all from varied backgrounds. We are all part of a movement, but we have varied backgrounds. It sort of reminds me of the whole Ron Paul thing in 2008. Like, I followed that. That was the last time I really did a deep dive into American politics. After that, I was just like, I was so disgusted at everything. I was like, I'm just going to watch. And it looks like, WWE stuff, since then. It's just sort of like fake wrestling, But I really did enjoy Ron Paul stuff. And one of the things that he would say is, look, we have all sorts of people who gravitate towards this idea, because the idea of freedom, we get Jewish people, we get Palestinian people, we get people who were formerly on the left, we get people formerly on the right. Usually Ron Paul gets thrown into the right by the left, or into the left by the right. But he just said it's because it's the truth. And when he was doing his presidential debates, he would say, look, I'm actually only here. I don't think I've got a chance of winning. But he said, I'm actually only just here to just promote truth. And I think that's the thing. There's been so much misinformation in churches about the Bible that people are really starting to get a hold of the concepts that are being taught. People like David Cloud, like, even though, like, I said to David Cloud, hey, can I put your material on my website, And he said, no, you're a heretic. He thinks I'm a heretic, because I'm not a fundamentalist, independent fundamentalist Baptist. And so I was like, okay, but I still read his books, and his stuff is really good. Like, I've been nipping into this one a little bit more lately, For the Love of the Bible. It's got some good stuff in it. And a lot of his books you can actually download online in a PDF form for free. And so, but the thing is, here's Dave Cloud. He wouldn't fellowship with me. Okay. You get people on all different sides. Like, even in the chat here, sometimes we'll bring up a side issue, and everyone's got all different opinions. But the thing is, we gravitate towards that truth that the word of God has to be somewhere. God promised it will be somewhere. He said, not one jot or tittle shall fall from the law. So we know that we will have the Hebrew words with us. We know that the Bible clearly says don't add or subtract to the word. So that inadvertently means that we will know where the word is, because how can you be warned? Don't mess up the puzzle sort of thing if we don't know where all the pieces are. That's this illustration that Wes Huff keeps using, and Mark Ward, like, we've got this 10,000 piece puzzle and we're trying to figure it out. It's like, well, we already figured it out. You guys are just, you're mixing up the puzzle again, and you're making the picture look ridiculous. And so, okay, so someone said the video froze. I'm not sure why that is. It might be a YouTube thing, because I've had no issues here. But Mark Ward's head is just frozen. So I'll go through some of these comments and then I'll start. But yeah, I just thought I'd bring up the fact that some of the loud voices in people who are contrary to the critical text position, some of the loudest voices, it doesn't mean they're accurate, Gail Riplinger, Ruckman, etc. But I think with, YouTube, Facebook, I've seen a change in the last 5 years. I've run, like, say, the Textus Receptus group. I've run that since, like, Facebook started. Not the Academy group, but this was another one. And we used to get all sorts of people there. The author of the KJV Today website on there, Will Kinney, a whole bunch of other people. And we sort of would always constantly debating and arguing and bringing up things. But it was so good and refreshing, because what happened after a while was any type of questionable thing in the King James was brought up by opposition. So we would have to deal with it. And we did deal with it. And things like Revelation 16:5 were constantly brought up. And it's like, okay, well, let's deal with this. And we've dealt with it. Things like Easter brought up, we've dealt with it. That so many issues that used to be trump cards, people just bring up the trump card. And every now and then some ignorant person will jump into our group and go, oh, what about this? And it's like, well, where have you been? In a cave? We've been dealing with these things for 10, 15 years online, and there's a lot of really good resources, a lot of good thinkers, people with good answers for anyone who's got a question about the reliability of the Textus Receptus or the Masoretic text, or the accuracy of the translation of the King James. Those questions have been asked and answered. And so even the work of Bryan Ross, that's become very popular. A lot of people jumping into that. And so I think what we're seeing is a revival of the Textus Receptus, a revival of people coming to the King James position. And I think it's getting to the point where when we watch these videos of Mark Ward and Jonathan Burris and Wes Huff, we just see that they're actually quite ignorant of a lot of things. And they just have 10 or 15 points that they just keep harping on. And half of those are slanderous. Half of those are ad hominem attacks against us, trying to make out we're in a cult, trying to make out that we don't think for ourselves. But I think clearly, like if someone was to accuse me of that, Nick, you don't think for yourself. It's like, well, who's my guru? Who am I under? Am I under Anderson? No, I'm probably one of the most critical people of Anderson on the internet at the moment. But apparently we're part of the same group. And so I think Mark Ward is actually waking up to his silly genetic fallacies. But he's waking up to it, but he's not correcting himself. This is the problem with Mark. He doesn't go, okay, well, I shouldn't slander people. I shouldn't just call a whole bunch of people Ruckmanites. I shouldn't say they're all in a cult, or in this video, say that it's King James idolatry and it's a heresy that's dividing the church. You know what I mean? It's like, this is ridiculous. But anyway, Bold as a Lion is here. Sifted Sands. Timothy Wright says, Revelation 22, 18 and 19 warns that God will punish those who add or remove from the words of the book of Revelation. This warning is interpreted as a way of emphasizing the importance of the book. Yes, it's quite amazing that you rarely ever hear sermons on that, especially from critical text people. They just don't deal with that. It's like, I think in their mind, to be ignorant of that part of the book of Revelation, some people just had that story about Erasmus, you're adding the last 6 verses of Revelation from Latin or whatever. They've just sort of got in their mind like, well, it's like a variant sort of reading, so don't preach on it, that type of thing. Because I rarely hear people mention it. And when I mention it, most people lose their mind in a sense where, if you're going to John 3:16 and saying, okay, let's pass this Greek word and let's look at this English word and let's look at other language translations, they'll do that. But when you go here, they just lose it. They don't know what to do. I guess because it's such a stern slap in the face from God himself saying, hey, stop messing around with my word and start submitting to my word. This is the thing. These guys are in rebellion against the word of God. And we know where rebellion leads. See, the thing is, a lot of people are like, oh, you're rebellious against a denomination or a pastor or a leader. Well, most of the time that's all rubbish. Rebellion against the word of God is true rebellion. Because you can be against a denomination and against a preacher and against a pastor and be thoroughly in the will of God doing so. But to be against the word of God, that's a dangerous place to be. And so we need to submit to the word of God. Hannah is in the house, living the dream, hoping everyone's having a great Valentine's Day. And Timothy Wright said all these other relations, they take up the best parts of the Bible and make the rest up in some new book. Bold as a Lion. I was teaching a man in the thrift store today how to find a real Bible. Yeah, it's one of those skills that I think anyone in the TR King James community, they learn. Usually it's 1 John 5:7. Like when I was in Indonesia, where is it? I was looking at this Bible the other day. So I picked this up when I was preaching in Indonesia in the 90s. And the first place that I went to, even though I was reading the New King James at the time, I just knew that the silly Bibles don't have this verse in it. And so I went to 1 John 5, and it has Bapa, Firman, and Dan Rupadus, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. So it has that word. It doesn't have any footnote or anything. And I was like, I'm getting that one. But then the next one I got had it in brackets. So that was interesting. And this was given out by the Gideons. So this is like a Textus Receptus based Bible. I think it's an older edition, the Al-Kitab. And so interesting Indonesian Bible there. So the word of God is going out into all the world. I mean, they're selling thousands, millions of these, So Helg Evanson says, this video by Mark Ward was especially toxic, more than in a while. Did not expect this after he said he's finished with the KJVO videos. I think what he's realizing was because we as humans, we all have to have an outlet, okay? Now, I've got some really, really good friends who are strongly opinionated. Now, one of my best friends, he converted to Russian Orthodox recently. It was a few years ago. Now, it broke my heart because, we used to talk a lot about theology and a lot about different things. I guess it's like Sam Shamoon, just sort of believe, I guess he was a Calvinist. I'm not a Calvinist, but people have seen him go right into that type of arena. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? But my friend, like, he was always very strongly opinionated when it comes to politics and, talking straight away. We would start talking about something. Like I'd been in Pakistan and I came back and saw him. And the first thing that he said was not like, hey, how was Pakistan? Like I lived there for a year, he's not like, hey, how are you going with married life? Because I've been married, The first thing he said was, did you hear about Putin? Blah, blah. And he just started talking about Putin. And, he's got some really interesting, historical understanding. And some of it's amazing. Some of it's a bit out there. But when I visited him last, before we sort of had a bit of a split over the Russian Orthodox thing, he said to me that he'd moved into a unit. And look, I love the guy. Like we've been best mates for years, but I had to separate over the doctrine thing. He was basically saying that I believe in heresy, Protestantism. He was calling me a protty and all this. You're a heretic, and I was like, well, we can't fellowship then. But he'd moved into a house. And probably just moved in there from an ad in the paper. And so he's living in this unit with this guy. And the guy's probably got no interest whatsoever in what this guy wants to talk about. He wants to talk about conspiracy stuff all day. He wants to talk about the Russians, the history of the Bolsheviks, the history of, all sorts of, America and, UK. And he's strongly opinionated. And I just got the feeling that this guy had no interest whatsoever. So anyway, we went out on the balcony and we're just chatting. And he said, this guy who I'm living with, he, do you believe that he thinks that this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it was right at the height of COVID. So there were all these sort of weird things going on. And I just said to him, I said, you need like a YouTube channel or something, bro. Or you need an outlet. You need a podcast. Because here you are trying to convert this poor guy, and he doesn't agree with you because he's come from his perspective, and he's probably never going to agree with you. And it's like you need an audience who actually agrees with you because he was just he had it all pent up in him, and he's like, this guy, he doesn't agree with me, and I'm like, he's just your flatmate, dude. Just leave him alone. Like, there's some people I meet, I never talk to them. Even some people I meet, and it's almost like God saying, this person is so toxic. If you mention Christianity around them and you're in an environment where you have to be with them for long periods of time, it's going to get really bad. And so I just go, that's fine. And I just be friendly with them, you know, and I just be really nice. And then later on, we're good mates and they find out I'm a Christian. They're like, well, they don't know what to do. But people need to express things. People need to get things off their chest. Okay. I've got another friend, really smart guy, and he doesn't have really any outlet. And he oftentimes would go street preaching and ministering and all the rest of it. And I'm just like, man, do like some public ministry, do a podcast, you've got to have an outlet, because he's got so much information, and it's great information. I mean, this guy's converted like 21 Muslims to Jesus on the streets. And so we would go ministering together. Yeah, we're like best mates. And like, he's just awesome. He's embarrassingly evangelistic. You'd be in the line at the shopping center, and he's telling the lady who's putting stuff in the bags, he's saying, are you going to heaven or are you going to hell? You know, do you believe in Jesus? And I'm just there going, oh man, it's probably not the right time. I'm cringing, but deep inside I'm going, this is awesome. This is what we should be all doing, you know. But I usually, you know, have to pick a place, and I want to try and be nice, and because I don't want to offend people. But a lot of people have been saved through this guy, and I think, man, you need an outlet, because at the moment he hasn't got an outlet. So then you end up just sort of looking at church issues and getting involved in all that, and it's like, man, there's so much. You need a positive outlet. Now, so back to Mark. This is what I'm seeing with him. He's been involved with this King James issue for 5 years, and debating against the Ruckmanites, debating against the Andersonites, you know, and then people like me on the side just sort of, you know, sort of giving him a slap every now and then, like, no, Mark, wake up to yourself. That's wrong. No, Mark, that's ridiculous. Stop saying that. Why are you slandering everyone? Why are you doing this? And I'm going through his videos with a fine-tooth comb. But then he's done this interview, and what Helg is saying here is so true. This video was especially toxic, more than in a while. And Helg says, I did not expect this after he said he was finished with the KJVO videos. And I think what it is, he's so involved with this now. He knows lots of different arguments coming from every side. And then he's like, okay, back to normal. And so he's gone out there like looking for a fight, found a fight, got bashed to a pulp. He's gone back, he's licking his wounds, and he's bitter. And that's what I picked up in this video. He is so angry, so bitter, because usually he is very passive aggressive, where in this he was outwardly just saying, yeah, these people, they're not thinkers. These people are pretty dumb. You know, he was saying it in a way that was really harsh. And that he knows most of the time he edits that stuff out of his videos. Like, I remember reading about Abraham Lincoln once, and he had an argument, and he wrote this huge letter against this person. But it was, he threw it in the bin. And sometimes you've got to do that. You know, you've got to think, okay, I'm mad at the moment. And you think about things, but you've got to give it time, relax, and then go, okay, well, now I'm dealing with something. But I think what's happened is Mark's been put on the spot here. He's been invited. He's got venom right up until his back teeth. And this guy's asking questions and pushing the right buttons, and it's coming out. And we're all looking at it going, oh my gosh, Mark is like, people have picked up that he was ultra toxic in this video. So I'll go through some more of these comments. Well, actually, what I will do is, yeah, someone was saying it's just frozen, it's reloaded, it's back, and all that. So I'm not really sure. That definitely was not from my end. It might have been YouTube. But I'll play this video and I'll go through some of these comments as he's talking. But let's continue.
To cross the bridge.
Okay, a bit loud. Here we go.
All the way to me. If they stop halfway, I'm totally fine with that. That's what helps me decide when do I talk to people about textual criticism.
So you said something that has been the biggest hurdle for me in even taking this whole thing seriously. And it's the idea that the King James Version is inspired, that it should correct the Greek text or the Hebrew text. And that's where I can't even wrap my mind.
I mean, most King James TR defense, King James preferred, they don't believe that. Some people say that from the pulpit, but usually it's in amongst everyone yelling out, "Hey man, brother, hey man, the King James Bible is better than any Greek translation." You know, it's usually something that is pretty weird, you know. Now, there are complex issues that can sound like that, like the whole concept of the King James being a final edition of the Textus Receptus, having the Textus Receptus start with the Complutensian polyglot, or it actually started with Aulus Manutius in 1506, sorry. And he did Sum of John. Then the Complutensian polyglot guys, they moved to do the New Testament in 1514. Erasmus with his 5 editions, 1516, 1519, 1522, 1527, and 1535. Then Stephanus, he did his editions, but in between you've got Wolfgefallus, you've got Cessa, a whole bunch of other guys doing independent Greek editions. Then you've got Stephanus doing his 4, 1546, then 49, 50, and 51. He did editions. Then Theodore Beza, he took up that mantle and started to work on Stephanus's text with his son, Henry Stephanus, and they did 5 editions. The 1556, which was a Latin commentary on the Greek with the Latin text, but then the first Greek text was in 1565, then 1582, 1588, 89, and then 1598. So the Textus Receptus was a progression. People were looking at different manuscripts, but also looking at different issues, such as gets brought up in any textual circles about parablepsis, which is when you're reading something and you skip something, or it's an error of sight, like homoieteuton, similar endings. Sometimes you skip a line, or sometimes you repeat a line. Homoiarchton, which is similar beginnings. This is quite common, and so people were looking at these type of things, going through, looking at the Greek, and people like Tremellius, he was a great blessing to the church in the Reformation because he was fluent. He was Jewish, and he was fluent in Hebrew. He did a Syriac translation. He worked with Theodore Beza. Junius, who did the Arabic, he was also with Theodore Beza as well. So these guys knew their stuff, and after a while, sometimes you wouldn't see an issue in the Greek until it was translated. You would translate something into English or translate it into Arabic or a different language, and you'd say, hang on, that's interesting. It causes this problem. And so you go back to the Greek, then you would look at the variants, and you would say, hang on, it doesn't make much sense in this context. But some people wouldn't see that until things were translated. So having a whole bunch of English translations was very helpful. Having a whole bunch of European language translations was very helpful as well. But these guys were experts in Greek, Hebrew, Latin. They knew their stuff. So then when you get to the King James translators, basically this is all of the study that I've done on this in a nutshell. The King James translators, when they got together, they said, let's use the 1598 text of Beza. And then they said there's probably about 20 places where we would be in disagreement, okay, from Beza. Now, Beza did a Greek, he did his Latin translation of the Greek, and he also had the Vulgate there in his 1598. So the King James were able to look at the Greek, look at his Latin translation, look at his commentary underneath, and sometimes they were moving toward the commentary and saying, he's actually got a good point. I think if Beza lived longer, like he died in 1605, just say he lived another 20 years, I think they probably would have done a Beza King James parallel. But I think it's so close anyway. There's about 20 translatable differences. So I mean, it's almost nothing. 20 translatable differences is very small. But what it does, it warrants the King James to be its own edition of the TR. Now, they were not commissioned to do a Greek text, but they had to have the underlying text that they all were in agreement to use. So they were in agreement to use Beza's, but because there was 20 differences, they all had to know that they were differences, or else when every single one of them is reading through and checking the other's work, they would go, hang on, this doesn't agree with Beza in this one place here. And there would always be these 20 issues coming up. So they actually formulated their own Greek text, the King James guys. So basically it's 99.99% Beza. It's between there and 99.98% Beza. So 99.99 means that there would be 14 translatable differences. 99.98 would mean there's 28 translatable differences. So I've estimated it that it's about 20. Now it's a lot of work to go through. Some people have sent me emails where they've done the work, and I'm going through it going, okay, that's interesting. I'm going through it meticulously myself. I haven't done it in quite a while. D.A. Waite said there was about 20 translatable differences between the text of Beza and the King James. This was Kirk DeVitro's number as well. So the 20 mark seems to be about 10% of what Scrivener says. Scrivener said there's 190 differences. Most of the differences that he made were like phonetic, Nazareth or Nazareth. Well, how are you going to translate that? It's Nazareth. That's just how we say it. Is it? We translate Paulos as Paul. Okay, we're always going to do that, even if there's a little spelling difference or whatever. And so, but in a nutshell, that's it. So the Textus Receptus final edition is encapsulated in the King James. Now, you could point to Beza's and go, there it is, and there's 20 differences, and you could just pen those 20 in. You know what I mean? And there you go. Or you could, and pretty much that's what Scrivener was going to do 250 years after the King James, because they were like, well, where's the definitive one that backs up the King James? And so they didn't print a parallel Bible. Had the King James translators printed a parallel Bible, we wouldn't have any separate King James TR movement. They're the same. But when you realize they don't really need to print a parallel, we've got Beza's there. We can see where they've gone to like a different reading in these 20 places. Most of them are written in Beza's annotations. I'm pretty sure all of them are written in Beza's annotations anyway. So it gets to the point where it's like you can easily figure these things out. And we're talking about 20 places. I mean, when you think Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, these oldest and best, disagree 3,000 times just in the Gospels. And Hoskia, when he was calculating this, there were 17 types of analysis that he didn't do. If he actually did those 17 types of analysis, there would be thousands more differences tabulated. And so we see these are classified as the same family. But then you get Mark Ward splitting hairs over, this TR edition and the Texti Recepti and all this sort of stuff. When you just keep all that rhetoric out and you look at it, it's a beautiful thing. God, used many different people to formulate and polish the Textus Receptus, and it was handed to the King James guys, and they were like, look, that they didn't disagree with it. They took their hat off to Theodore Beza and said, you've done a brilliant job. This is amazing. We're going to use this. And it's a bit like Theodore Beza, working on the shoulders of other giants. He went out, killed the animal, skinned it, marinated it, cooked it, cut it all up, cooked it, put it on a plate. And then, 250 years later, Scrivener comes along with his text and says, this is a TR edition. Now, Scrivener didn't make that, did he? Beza did. The King James translators took their hat off to Beza and said, we're only going to amend your text in 20 places, which is hardly anything. It's almost like if they said, we're going to change it in like 300 places, it would be like, oh, that's a lot. But 20 is like, Beza, we think that your work is outstanding. And you've got 60 of Europe's best scholars at the time looking at this text saying, yeah, we are in agreement that we're going to use Beza's text. These 20 places, yes, any one of those King James translators could have done their own Greek text. If Lancelot Andrews did a text like Beza did, would you accept it? I would. I think he was able to do that. I think John Boyce could have done that. Henry Saville, easily. He was tutoring Queen Elizabeth. He was the best Greek linguist of the land in Elizabeth's era. These guys, they knew the Greek language. Like, they knew the Greek language probably better than most scholars today know English. And any one of them could have done their own text. They didn't do a parallel text. I think because it was so close to Beza, they were like, well, it's just plagiarism. You're just sort of printing something that's pretty much already there. So they just allowed it to just be in English. They were only commissioned to do an English Bible, and that's what they did. So, but they checked all the available Hebrew, Greek, and language Bibles at the time, and all the previous English Bibles, and they came up with the King James. So in a nutshell, that's what I think, that's what I believe, and I think that gets rid of a lot of the, the Texti Recepti type of thing, which TR, or the underlying text of the King James. That's the one that D.A. Waite always said that he went to from the Dean Burgon Society. Most of the people who have been involved in the Dean Burgon Society have that stance. I've had plenty of people on this channel who I've interviewed who have that stance. Even talking to Will Kinney, even talking to Jeff Riddle, I'm like, well, so do you go with the text underlying the King James? They're like, yeah, that's the one. And so it's become a consensus among many people that's where the TR is. Mark Ward's like, which TR? So, well, that one. So anyway.
Around how somebody could believe that. And so I don't want to assume that there are arguments for that, that there aren't arguments for that, or that they're childish. So what is the evidence? What are the arguments that people give for the inspiration of the King James Version?
Okay, so we're going to get into the inspiration of the King James Version, which doesn't apply to probably 98% of people who are labeled TR, King James only, whatever. So Bible Highlighter is going to be doing a debate. And so this is for the 21st. So it's coming up very soon. It's going to be 4 p.m. New York City time. So I'm just going to grab the email here. And so this is going to be basically next weekend. We are going to be having a King James debate on this channel. So it's going to be wild. So I'll just swap my Gmail account to something else. Here we go. So Jeffrey Dollar and Bible Highlighter. And so this is good for February 21st. So this is going to be Friday, New York City time. So we are looking at 4 p.m. So 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So just as some of you are knocking off work or whatever, you can tune into that. Now, this is going to be a great debate. So what I will do after I do this video, which will be in a few hours, of course, I will make up all the graphics for that. I'll be contacting Jeffrey Dollar and working out what picture that he wants to use. I know he's debated on Donny's channel as well on some other issues, but this is going to be great. So Bible Highlighter, who is prolific in our chat here, he is going to be debating. So this is going to be awesome. So that's happening next weekend. So I'm going to be pushing for that, putting out stuff on all my Facebook groups, getting people interested, and if you guys can share that around too, because we want a lot of people to tune in, and we want to have regular debates on this channel. I have called this Revolution Debates. There hasn't been that many debates. I guess doing a lot of interviews has been probably it's been an interesting thing, something that I actually have enjoyed a lot more than I realized I would enjoy it. But I love debating. And the last debate that I had was with James Snap Jr. We've had TurretinFan do a debate with Peter Van Cleek on this channel. But we want to keep, we want to do lots of King James, Textus Receptus, text type debates here on this channel. And so if you have a debate idea, if you want to debate someone, just contact me at my email, or even just on here, and we'll work it out, because we want to promote the Word of God, and we believe that we have good answers for people. And these debates always bring out some interesting things. So I'll continue on from here. But yeah, so that's the debate with Jeffrey Dollar. So I thought I'd stop and talk about that. Let's get back to the King James has been re-inspired.
If that's the view you encounter, and in fact in Arizona you have an infamous King James onlyist, Stephen Anderson, with whom I've had a tiny amount of interaction.
So notice he's brought up Stephen Anderson, the infamous King James onlyist Stephen Anderson. Anderson doesn't believe in secondary inspiration. So this is what I'm seeing. Wes Huff do. These guys have an answer, but it's not accurate. It's not true. That they're misrepresenting people. So the thing is, I'm going through Anderson's material, like on eschatology and marching design and things like that. And I'm going through it going, well, this is my opinion. I think he's wrong here and he's wrong there, or whatever. Or if I'm in agreement, I'll agree with it. But Mark Ward, it seems like he doesn't even know that that Stephen Anderson basically says that he is in agreement with confessional bibliology. You've got to understand where people come from. You can't just label everyone. Oh, they're all King James only. And so this is another reason why when I watched this video, my blood was boiling. I was like, why is he lying? Even if you're like, don't even lie about the Jehovah's Witnesses. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Don't lie about them all. Just say the truth about everything. And that's what a Christian should do, especially if you're going to be an apologist, especially if Mark Ward is going to be like he was saying he was an apostle to the King James onlyists, but he doesn't even know what Anderson thinks and believes. He doesn't believe in secondary inspiration. I don't agree with him. He might be a jerk and all the rest of it, but at the end of the day, you got to represent people honestly. And so I'll just rewind that bit so you can get that horrible, foul, bitter taste back in your mouth.
Yes.
For the inspiration of the King James Version.
If that's the view you encounter, and in fact in Arizona you have an infamous King James onlyist, Stephen Anderson, with whom I've had a tiny amount of interaction. I've only had a tiny amount because he moves immediately to vile insult. Here's the deal, however, that's extremism. And I chose a long time ago, people who fall for extremists, I'm not probably going to be able to reach. I'm not really going to try to reach them.
So what does Anderson have to do with secondary inspiration? Nothing. It's just a nothing. And so he's just slandering. And so it's sort of like saying, so, yeah, Hitler did, what do you think about Nazism? It's like, well, America's got Donald Trump, and he's literally Hitler. It's just like, well, how are you making these connections? How are you making this connection between Stephen Anderson and secondary inspiration? He preaches against that. I know that. Anyone who's watched his material on the King James issue knows, like, yes, in the earlier days, he was most probably influenced by, Ripplinger. Obviously, Texe Marrs is a huge influence on him, who's basically, got Ripplingerite leanings and Ruckmanite leanings. But he has preached against it, and he has adopted a confessional bibliology stance through Taylor DeSoto and Dane Johansen. So these guys were very instrumental in pushing his beliefs to follow the confessional bibliology position. And he holds up the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text and says these are akin to the words of God. So he's basically got a similar stance to most people, to Jeff Riddle, to myself, but just because he is, the jerk for Jesus crowd, I mean, why should I even be likened to him just because of the Bible we use? You know what I mean? I'm sure there are plenty of jerks for Jesus out there who use an NIV. I'm sure there are plenty of jerks for Jesus out there who use an ESV. I don't group them all together and say, well, this toxic dude I met the other day was holding an ESV. So Mark Ward, he's toxic. He's the same. This is this genetic fallacy concept in their mind, that they are just constantly herding us together, branding us with the brand, KJV only, and they're just trying to solidify in their audience's mind that we are all cohesive. Like I said, I don't agree with Jeff Riddle on tons of things. I don't agree with Anderson on tons of things. But on this thing, it's like being like I could go to any classroom here in Australia and go 1 + 1 = 2. And I could be in agreement with a communist. I could be in agreement with an atheist. I could be in agreement with a child molester. I could be in agreement with a pope. We could all go, 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't mean we're all in the same faction. So this is the type of thing that they try and make out. We're all King James only. We're all part of the same group. And this type of pushing everyone into the same group is a demonic strategy. And sometimes I don't even know if people have a script or not, because James White definitely throws everyone in the same bag. Mark Ward, he definitely does, calls us all Ruckmanites. But then they'll speak out of both sides of their mouth and they'll just say, oh, of course, I'm not talking about everyone being an illiterate bozo sort of thing. It's like, no, you just were. So, Mark Ward's in a state of confusion. But why is he bringing up Stephen Anderson talking about double inspiration?
The mainstream King James only movement, the standard view out there as put forth by the major institutions that promote King James onlyism, and that would be colleges and to a lesser degree publishing houses, if you could call them that. Colleges like Pensacola Christian College in Pensacola, Florida, Crown College in Powell, Tennessee, Ambassador Baptist College in Shelby or Lattimore, North Carolina, Golden State Baptist College out in California, West Coast Baptist College in Lancaster, California, and I could list a few others, Fairhaven, I could go on and on, Hiles-Anderson. What they say, their viewpoint is that, well, okay, the King James itself is not inspired. It's that the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text of the Old Testament, Textus Receptus, Greek New Testament, Masoretic text of the Hebrew Old Testament have been perfectly preserved and translated accurately in the King James Version. However, they never seem to find any other translations of the Textus Receptus to be acceptable to them. They always find something to be horribly wrong with them. I can't trust that one. And then the way they talk about the King James stumbles past the line into extremism constantly. The only way the King
stumbles into extremism constantly. What extremism? Just because, like I mentioned in the last video, if you gave me the choice of 2 Bibles, we're just about to go street preaching, it's like, here, Nick, we've got boxes of Bibles here. There's one box has the wicked reading. It says, thou shalt commit adultery. Remember that infamous King James printing error that happened, I think it was in 1629 or something. And it has the wicked reading, or the other one doesn't have the wicked reading. It says, thou shalt not commit adultery. Which one do you want to hand out? Because we can hand either one out. I would say, let's just hand out the one without the mistake in it. And the other ones, well, maybe we can use them and just we'll maybe we can write it in there or something. But the thing is, if I had a Bible, it was exactly the same as the King James. And it said, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, Satan, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And the other one didn't have that silly reading. Which one do you think I'm going to hand out? Or which one do you think I'm going to personally read? Obviously the one without the mistake. So when we point out many mistakes in the New King James, many mistakes in the MEV, that's the reason. Now, of course, I've worked on the KJV 2023 edition. Readable as the New King James, but without those silly errors. And, I've got people all the time contacting me saying, hey, what about this reading? What about that reading? And I'm constantly going through and, amending things and updating things to be as close to the King James as possible. And it gives me a huge respect for the King James. The King James Bible is the only Bible that I can actually hold up and say, I believe this is without error. Now, I don't believe it's without error in a sense of the typography. I think some italics are kind of silly. And even the Trinitarian Bible Society, some of the italics, they've actually reverted them back because they were more so reflecting earlier TR editions and not the text of Beza. Like, say, in 1 John chapter 2, verse 23, where it has, he who acknowledgeth the Son hath the Father also. All those italics in the Trinitarian Bible Society's King James Bibles, it's just been turned into normal text now. And so even in my one, I just put it in normal text because I think it confuses people because people think, oh, it's not in the underlying Greek. But then you look at Beza and it is there. It's actually the italics and marginal notes and everything in the King James is in a historical context of people reading the Geneva and the Bishops and a whole bunch of other TR editions. So they went through and let the reader know we've studied this issue here. It's not in Stephanus, but it's in Beza. That's why we've got it in italic, so you can know this. That's why they have a marginal note saying certain things, because they know that in the Bishop's Bible it read something different. And they're like, look, we've got 60 of the best scholars in Europe here. We're working through this. What we have in the text is accurate. The Bishop's guys, they did a good job, but we're cleaning up a few things here and there, or else we wouldn't have to do an update if we thought it was perfect. And even King James, he said he likened some of the English Bibles to the church having the pox. It's pretty wild when you read the Hampton Court Conference. But the King James is spot on.
King James translators could have, for example, made a perfect translation, which a lot of the mainstream does say, as if they were inspired. And I know that because I know
There's two ways of looking at the word perfect in the preface, in the translators to the reader. One way of looking at the word perfect is when they talk about the word of God coming down through the golden pipes from heaven, the originals. That's perfect, okay? The original Hebrew, the original Greek. There is a secondary way that they use the word perfect, and that is in a translation. And so if you get those words and you translate them accurately, then it is a perfect translation. And you can translate things perfectly. Like if you go to John chapter 1, verse 1, en arche en ho logos, kai ho logos en pros ton theon kai theos en ho logos. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, the vast majority of Bibles, even critical text Bibles, are accurate with that verse. And I would just ask people, when does it get to the stage when there's an error in the King James? Because if you go, okay, that's an accurate way of translating NRK in her logos, in the beginning was the Word. When does it get to the point where it's an error? In verse 2 or verse 3 or verse 4? When you keep going down and you're checking things with the original language, you get to the point where you say the King James is without translational error. People who say the King James has translational errors, that they just don't know what they're talking about. Now, that is a perfect translation. Now, is it perfect in the sense of the originals? Well, of course not. The originals are in Greek and Hebrew. So even in the Hebrew language, the whole lettering system is based upon pictographs, or pictographs, I think they call it, where it's like the letter A is Aleph, which is an ox head. Letter B is a diagram of a house. The letter M is water. The letter N is a seed, this type of thing. And so this flows all the way through Hebrew. To the point where you get Aleph, the first letter A, and Beth, the diagram of the house. So the ox head and the diagram of the house. Ox head is a strong animal, or that's representative of the ox. Then you have the Beth, the diagram of the house. So the strong one of the house is the Ab, father. So Abraham. All the Ab words come from that. So say like Ben, the N it's a picture of a seed. So if you have the Beth, the house, then you have the seed. You have the seed of the house, which is the son, the ben. And so this is all through the Hebrew language. This is not in English. This is not in Italian. And so there are differences. This is not in Greek either. So, of course, if you're reading those languages, there's going to be certain differences. There's going to be certain things that are like, okay, that's interesting. There's certain idioms. But as far as something can be translated from one language to another, the King James is perfect in that. They translate idioms properly. They translate, because even in, say, the book of Matthew, there's lots of Hebrew idioms in the Greek language. But the King James translators understood and knew this. They were experts in their craft, experts in their field. They knew what they were doing. So when it comes down to the words perfect in the translators to the reader, one type of perfection is talking about the originals that come from heaven. The other type of perfection is talking about someone who knows all those languages fluently and is able to translate. And you would have people who would be ambassadors to, Spain, to France, to many different nations, and they would fluently translate letters of kings and letters between leaders of countries, and they would be spot on. They would be accurate. They would be perfect. And so that type of perfection is what they're talking about in the second use of perfect in the translators to the reader.
The Bible, and I know that because the King James translators themselves say it in their preface. They say it takes an extraordinary measure of God's Spirit to produce perfect work, and only the apostles did that. And they say even the very meanest translation of the Bible, of God's word, contains is the word of God. The King James onlyists reject the viewpoint of the King James translator.
No, the King James onlyists understand that what they were talking about. And so when he's saying King James onlyists, I have the T-shirt, the hat. They've given it to me. I've taken it off that many times that they're like, no, you have to wear this. So I'm just like, it's a bit like calling, some political party a fascist group or a Nazi group. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm a Nazi. You're sitting there with your Jewish friend and your black friend and your Palestinian friend. It's like, well, I guess I'm a Nazi, But that's what these guys do. They slander, and so you end up going, I'm King James only. But we understand the preface much better than Mark Ward and Josh Barzon. Don't buy Josh Barzon's book. I bought it when it first came out thinking it would be amazing. And it was my expectations. I was thinking it would be like an 8 out of 10. It's going to be critical of, erroneous understanding of Textus Receptus people and King James people when it comes to the preface. And I read through it and I was like, this guy doesn't even understand anything that he's talking about. He's misrepresenting everyone. And he's basically like these type of comments. Well, the meanest Bible is, the word of God. Well, they were obviously talking about the Tyndale, Coverdale, Great Bible, Bishop's Bible, Geneva Bible, not talking about future Bibles. It's not a prophecy. They were men. They were writing according to what they had seen in the past. And even in that fact, they had never seen anything as perfect as the King James. So when Miles Smith was writing this, he's writing this and publishing it with that Bible. So up until then, had they seen perfection with the Geneva? No. Bishops? No. Coverdale? No. They hadn't seen perfection before. But see, the thing is, these guys try and make out that the King James, it's perfect and all that because these guys believe in a secondary inspiration. No, it's the way that it was translated that makes it perfect. Okay, so let me just quickly run through that. The way that it was translated, you had 6 different companies. Now, just say you were in the company that translated the Gospels and the Book of Revelation. You would have, just say, to do the math properly, we'll just put 10 people in each company. So there's about 60 translators. So say 10 in each company. So let's focus on the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Revelation company. So they were all to do their translation separate from one another. So all 10 of them in that group, they were to go off and do their own edition of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Revelation. Then they were to bring it to the committee, and they would all look at each other's work, and they would amalgamate these 10 translations into one translation. Then they were to get this one, so it's already been translated 10 times, and then the 11th one is when they put it into one. So some of these scholars are like Lancelot Andrews, who knew 21 languages, your Henry Saville, your Greek expert, John Boyce, Hebrew expert. Yeah, these guys are amazing. And so then they send that 11th, translation off to all the other companies. So to the other 50 guys, the other 50 guys go through it and read it and go, yeah, that's good, but just the way that you're translating this one word, well, we're doing the Pauline letters, and we're using this word. What do you think? And so they would talk about this type of thing, but they would all check it, all 50 people. So then they would send back that edition of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Revelation with critical notes and things like that, and then they would work on that. Then at the end, they had stylistic people do stylistic work and go over the whole document, making sure that everything was all smoothed out. So D.A. Waite said it was at least translated 14 times. So that's why it's accurate. If you did that with any document, like when I was talking to some friends of mine in Byron Bay, and they were doing the translation of all the EU documents into Luxembourgish, I asked them, I said, how do you go with the translation? Like, people say that things are lost in translation. You can't bring things across accurately and all this other stuff. They said, no, we are fluent. We're fluent in English, fluent in Luxembourgish, and we also know German. So we can check how things have been translated from the English to the German, or the German to the English. We can look at those issues as well. And so I said, so do you lose anything in translation? They said, no, we're fluent. We know the languages. We can copy them over. So here's people in the real world, not in the Anglo-Sanhedrin world where they're just the scribes and Pharisees just making stuff up. This is real-time translation material, talking about nuclear weapons, talking about politics, talking about the economy, talking about all sorts of complex things that the EU has to deal with. All of those issues are getting translated into Luxembourgish faithfully. So, I mean, you imagine just finding some mistake, some loophole, and it's like, oh, it's not translated properly. And so, that causing a rift between a nation. These people are able to do that. So let alone getting like 60 translators who, double, triple, 14 times check it, translate it. Like, that's why the King James is accurate, not because it floated down on a cloud. I know some King James only guys say this type of stuff. Okay, they are out there, but that is such a minority. Most people just recognize these were superior scholars. I mean, if you read D.A. Waite's book, he just has, defending the King James Bible, a fourfold superiority. He doesn't say it floated down on a cloud. He says there's superior texts, the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text, not Vaticanus and Sinaiticus smashed together and, some weird, Frankenstein text. Superior translators. Then a superior technique, the one that I just told you. And I've only scratched the surface with that technique. I mean, there's a lot that was done later on with the stylistic smoothing out of things. And then the superior theology. Like, instead of having George Van Smith Unitarian work on the text with Westcott and Horde, like a Jehovah's Witness, they're just putting his hand up saying, let's just get rid of 1 John 5:7. Let's get rid of God was manifest in the flesh. Let's get rid of these Trinitarian verses. Imagine having someone like that even at a Bible study, let alone you producing a Greek text that's never been seen before on the planet. And you got a Jehovah type guy doing this. Then it gets filtered through people like Carlo Martini and Bruce Metzger and these other heretics. So obviously their theology was much better in 1611. So they're the things that D.A. Waite says. He doesn't say it floated down on a cloud. But he would be called, if I was to ring up Mark Ward right now and say, I'm going to get right into D.A. Waite's work, he'd say, well, watch out. He's a King James onlyist. they just throw us all into the same bag. D.A. Waite, all of his life, was saying, I'm not a Ruckmanite. Stop calling me a Ruckmanite. He was doing the same thing because James White was basically labeling him, you're a Ruckmanite. So basically, if you're not a critical text person, you're in a cult. You have to buy their products or else you're a weirdo. You're a flat earth idiot. You're a moron. You're a conspiracy theorist. And in the previous video, we went through the whole thing of conspiracy theorists. Mark Ward's just like, it's a conspiracy theory, Anyway.
And try to insist that, whether they use the word perfect or not, the way they talk about the King James, it is as if it's perfect. However, I want to honor the attempt of the mainstream to avoid the extremism of a Peter Ruckman or of a Steven Anderson. And
Steven Anderson doesn't have an extreme position on the Bible. As much as I'm critical of him, just go through my history. The last 50 videos that I've done, I've probably done like 10 or 15 on Steven Anderson. But I will stand here and say that Mark Ward is slandering Steven Anderson. He doesn't know his bibliology. Why is he doing this? And shouldn't he know better? It's like he just doesn't even know who he's slandering anymore. He just mentions a name. He's like, yeah, whatever. And that's why my blood was boiling when I was listening to him do this, because all he's doing is venting. He's just become toxic, and he's sort of got half information threads in his mind everywhere. And he's just like, well, I'll just throw them in the mix and them in the mix. They're all Nazis. They're all racists. They're all this. They're all that, they're all King James onlyists,
I look at the point of inconsistency there. You say that the text is the issue. The underlying text is the issue. That theoretically the King James could be updated at some point. But
no person who believes in a secondary inspiration thinks the text is the issue. They think that it got inspired again. So they're not like, well, it's the Textus Receptus, it's the Masoretic text. They're not saying that. So does Mark Ward even, he's answering this question, what about secondary inspiration? But then he's bringing up the text. He's unhinged. He's all over the place because he hasn't had correct categories and gone, okay, well, someone like Nick says he believes in the Textus Receptus Masoretic text position, but he believes in the perfection of a translation because of the hard-working efforts and scholarship of the King James translators. And that's what I believe. And many people believe that, but then you've got other people who are like, oh, the King James, I don't know anyone who believes King James came down on a cloud, but it gets mentioned all the time. But some people say, well, the King James was re-inspired. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with King James Bible numerology of adding things up and it coming up to 77 and it means it's God's favorite number or whatever, or if you subtract it or add it, or, it's quite interesting. You don't know whether you should add or subtract or times it or, divide it by 3 or something. And you come up with the 77 thing. It's like they've got their conclusion number. And Bryan Ross is really good at talking about this type of stuff. And so he's talking about something that is not relative, but then he's bringing it back to the text. The guy asked the question of re-inspiration, which has nothing to do with the text. A re-inspiration means that God came down and basically just started all over again with the King James. We don't believe that. We believe that God preserved his words. In the beginning, it was inspired. The words, if they're accurate, that carries the inspiration of God. It's like a horse and a cart. The horse and cart are the preservation. The goods on the back of the cart are the inspiration of God's word. This has been carried through time all the way up to 1611, and the goods are dropped off there, carried by the preservation. God said he'd preserve his word. Preservation is like if you get a jam jar, it's got preservatives in it. You sit it on your shelf, you go and pick it up later on, you open it up, and it's there. It's good. It mightn't be that good, but that's the whole concept of preservation. And so you're not going to open it up and just find it's all rubbish, especially if God said he would preserve something, not just some jam company. God said he'd preserve his words. So that's why we believe that all the words of God are preserved. And it's like, okay, where are these words? Well, the most likely candidate is the Textus Receptus Masoretic text and faithfully translated in the King James Version.
Jesus is going to come back so soon, we don't need to bother with it. Well, the King James has been updated in the New King James. Why not the New King James? The King James has been updated in the Modern English Version. Why not the Modern English Version? And for about 5 years now, there's really been no answer to that. It's been
There's been no answer to that. I mean, Albert Hemd, who works for the Trinitarian Bible Society, he's living in Jerusalem, speaks fluent Hebrew. He's answered Mark Ward. Or he's written for the Trinitarian Bible Society about why he doesn't want to read the New King James. Let me just go to my website. So apparently no one's answered this. And the amazing thing is, like, I'll do these type of videos about Mark Ward. He knows about me. He calls me trick players. He says my name rhymes with trick players. Okay. Why he chose those words, I'm not sure. But he says I hate him. Like, I don't hate Mark Ward. If he's saying 1 + 1 = 3, I'm in disagreement with him, and I might think that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But that's not hatred. To basically say that I hate him means I don't want to engage with him. Why doesn't he just show me where I'm wrong? That would be easier. If he's correct, and he could just shut my mouth in a minute. Why aren't any of these critical text guys willing to debate me? I take my hat off to TurretinFan. He wants to debate me on Revelation 16:5, and it's like, cool. But I mean, Mark Ward, come on this channel. I'll treat you nice. We'll have Dwayne Green as a moderator. You've been on his program before. We can debate these things. We can do a whole debate on where the New King James departs from the Textus Receptus. That's a niche thing. I can show you dozens and dozens of places where it does. So let's go to my website. Now, unlike Mark, has he ever read the New King James all the way through? I'm not sure he has. Have I done the New King James all the way through? Multiple times. Okay, so let's go to New King James. Has he ever compared the New King James with the Old King James, like side by side, read through every reading? I have. And so when I'm talking about the New King James Version, I'm not speaking out of ignorance. I know this version. I've read it multiple times. But look at some of these issues. And like, just as we go into it, look at, David Cloud, he asked James Price, and he said he's not a TR advocate. He was the main guy from the Old Testament. Art Farstead, he said he's a majority text type of guy. When you look at Dan Wallace, he said none of the translators, as far as I know, thought the Textus Receptus was closest to the original. None of them. So apparently there's like 130 translators. When you go through these guys, some of them worked on the New Living Translation, the CSB, a bunch of other, Bibles and things, ESV, NIV. But they don't believe that the New King James was the Word of God. So, when you look at these type of changes, Genesis 5:2, and their name will, and he called their name Adam. New King James, he called their name mankind. They're not synonymous. Genesis 6:5 has, and God saw their wickedness. But the New King James has changed that to the Lord saw their wickedness. So they have this type of change. And this is acknowledged by James Price that they went to something different. Look at this. And the city is changed to in the New King James. The whole concept of seed and descendant, yet this has become an issue. But when you read in Galatians, it's all seed. So it actually contradicts itself. Look at this one. What he did in the Red Sea is changed to Wahab in Supah. Now that's so much more readable. 2 Samuel 12:31. He put these people under saws. That would be a pretty bad thing to happen to you. And pass through the brick kiln. Doesn't mean they're going for a tourist adventure through the brick kiln like I did in Pakistan last year. It's he's putting them in the fire. Okay, so then New King James says they're working with the saws. It's a bit different to be put under the saws. You imagine someone sawing, it's like, I'm under the saw. It's like, you get the drift. But no, they're working with the swords. It's like, no, you get to play with this. It's like, oh, okay, And they cross over to the brickwork. So I guess it was like a little bridge there that they can go and it's like, wow, that's amazing how they make these bricks. It's like, no, you're going in that oven. That's what the King James says. New King James makes it all, politically correct and friendly. And in the King James, it says he cut them with swords in the parallel in 1 Chronicles. But here it says put them to work. He put them to work with swords, Wow, big difference. 2 Kings went up against the king of Assyria or went to the aid of the king of Assyria. Which one is it? He went against the king of Assyria or went to the aid of? So this is just the New King James, let alone going to the critical text Bibles. ESV, NIV, there's so many differences. And this is why, even if it just had this one mistake in it, okay, let's just look at this one reading. Here it says he went up against the king of Assyria in the King James, okay? And I believe that is the correct answer. That the correct reading is he went up against the king of Assyria. Now, in the New King James, it says he went to the aid of the king of Assyria. Now, if I went up against you, if I came to your house and the next thing that was said in the newspaper was I came up against you, it's like, well, you're expecting a fight or, I've stabbed you or I've set your house on fire or something bad's happened. But if I went to your aid, what comes to your mind? Well, I'm either fighting, or maybe I'm fighting with you, or you're hurt and I'm putting a bandage on your leg, or I'm helping you. But then if you go to the parallel account in 2 Chronicles, it says that he came up to fight against. And it's the same reading in the New King James. So the New King James actually contradicts itself in the parallel passage. Okay? It says he fought against Assyria in the days of Josiah. King Josiah was killed in a battle at Medigo, and he went up against Pharaoh unadvisedly. But the New King James changes the entire history to make Pharaoh Necho an ally of Assyria in one place, to deny the inspired history and to contradict itself in another place. If the account in Kings is true in the New King James, what of Chronicles in the New King James? Why didn't any of the 130 translators notice this? So this is the problem. People are studying these Bibles and going, hang on, this is a contradiction. And they're pointing it out. And Mark Ward's like, no, it's not. You just have to have charity and grace and love. Where's your love? You're an onlyist. You and Stephen Anderson are standing together, aren't you? Like, I'm doing heaps of videos against the guy, and I don't like him whipping his wife or his children, or I'm not a new IFB guy. No, you're part of his crew, aren't you? It's like, why are we talking about Anderson? Why can't we talk about these things? Why can't we? Let's have a debate on this, Mark. No, I don't debate text. It's ridiculous. There is an error in the New King James. Now, like I said earlier, if I had 2 Bibles, I'm on the street preaching, and I've got a box of ones that have a New King James reading with this mistake in it, or the King James reading, and like the whole issue of readability is a separate issue, okay? Because that's why I've done the 2023 edition. Because I understand some people go through and go, oh, it's hard to read. Most of the time it's like, okay, get a good dictionary, do this, do that. But that is because so many people have made up the excuse that they can't read it. Here you go. There's the King James Version 2023 edition. That's only the New Testament at the moment. But, I definitely will not put these silly New King James errors. In the Old Testament, there are so many errors in the New King James, especially in Proverbs. But just that one issue, which Bible are you going to hand out? The one with error or the one without the error? First Chronicles, here's just a word missing. Shimei, deleted. The King James just definitely just doesn't have it there, but they put it in there. Here's the Lord in the 1611. It's Lord in the Blaney edition, but it's omitted in the New King James. It's gone. Isaiah 9:3, thou hast multiplied the nation and not increased the joy. New King James, you have multiplied the nation and increased the joy. The exact opposite. And this is just the Old Testament. Go to my website, and this is not exhaustive at all, but you can see, reject a heretic or reject a divisive man. Jesus came to bring division. He said, I've not come to bring peace, but a sword. So you'd have to reject Jesus if you followed this scripture. It's ridiculous. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. But the New King James says, for indeed he does not give aid to angels, but he does give aid to the seed of Abraham. What does that mean? He gives aid? It's just weird. So anyway, so that's why I reject the New King James. The modern English version is just as bad in many of these places. So that's why people are rejecting it, because it's not accurate.
A lot of blustering, and I think that means that I've hit on an important inconsistency. If you're a pastor and you're dealing with true extremism, I still say hope for the best and build on common ground. Believe the best. And what common ground can you build on? Well, they do want to understand their Bibles, right? So I would try to put some rocks in their shoes and destabilize and undermine their faith in this conspiracy theory by telling them, isn't it a problem that there are words in the King James that you don't even realize you're misunderstanding because of language change?
Okay, so in the New King James, as I was just saying, is Mark Ward concerned at all that it has this reading? What he did in the Red Sea is changed to Wahab in Super. Now, this is just one example of many in the New King James where they just have these weird readings. And down the bottom, it's got, ancient unknown places. And it says, Vulgate says what he did in the Red Sea. No, the Hebrew says what he did in the Red Sea. The Vulgate is in agreement with it. But in the footnotes, they're trying to make out the King James is based on the Vulgate and the New King James isn't. Isn't that interesting? So it's this deception. We're tired of deception, Mark. We're over it. It's a bit like, you can see the whole Elon Musk Trump administration just going through some of these organizations like a pack of salts. These people are just the most Googled term in Washington, D.C. at the moment is lawyer. People are lawyering up, going, oh, no, I've got $200 million in assets and I've only just got a job that pays, $200,000 a year. How did I get all this? I'm a politician. These people, they're going through them. And I think it's time we went through these Bible versions and showed everyone all these silly, stupid mistakes in them. I'm tired of it. And the thing is, I show these things to Mark Ward. He's like, they've never offered a rebuttal. Why don't they read the New King James? And it's like, how many videos do I have to make showing Mark Ward, hey, am I saying anything wrong? Is the information wrong? Have I done a typo? Or, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. I'll stand corrected. I'll apologize. But Mark Ward, he will not deal with this because this is toxic to him. This is like kryptonite to his position. He's like, New King James, why don't they go with that? MEV, why don't they go with that? And I'm showing why. And he's just like, nothing to see here. That meme, I think it's, is it Leslie Nielsen, that comedian guy? It's like, nothing to see here. And there's all these bombs going off in the background. New King James is fine. It's just, all these wrong things happening. And it's, man, the evidence is there. You have to deal with it.
And I've had ardent extremist Ruckmanites in whose hearts there was a true desire to understand God's word. Some of them, just a few of them, have become friends and converts, as it were, and then evangelists for my position because really in their hearts.
So some of them become converted to Mark Wardism. There's that. He's calling them converts to his position. he's out converting people. Okay. And then he's like, they're allies and all this. I would say it's probably someone like Jonathan Burris. Now, most of these people are really sort of because you get people who understand these issues. Like, you could never turn around and say to me that I'm ignorant of these issues with the Textus Receptus, King James. I'm reading books on it. I'm studying it. I'm talking about it all the time. But some of these guys who are like, I was a King James only pastor for this long. And then you say, okay, so what was your position on this word? Which, it gets brought up all the time. It's one of the most common questions about the King James. And they don't even know what you're talking about. And I'm like, how King Jamesy were you,
What they wanted was to understand God's word. If what you want is to understand, then you're going to find your way to a view like mine. If all you want is to have God's word, well, then you're going to have a Vulgate-like view in which whatever translation happens to be trusted by your tradition. If you're an English speaker, it's the King James. If you're a Latin speaker, it's the Vulgate. And in Ethiopia, it's the Ge'ez Bible. Around the world, people have their traditional Bible translations that are, regarded as.
So the Bible societies that were set up in 1804, there were other ones before this doing works as well. But the British and Foreign Bible Society, which became the main Bible societies, United Bible Societies that we see today, they were using the Textus Receptus, the Masoretic text, and they were using the King James as their guide for an ultimate translation. So obviously sometimes there would be one translator and they would have to just work with that. Sometimes there's a team of 5 or 10 or whatever. But the ultimate goal was to create something that was like the King James in their language. So that was the original goal until Westcott and Hort's perverted text with Unitarians involved with the Bible societies. That's why the Trinitarian Bible Society started to get away from the Unitarian influence in the Bible societies in 1831. But then you have Unitarians working with Westcott and Hort on their text. So a lot of Trinitarian verses just go missing or they're twisted and changed. And so all that's happening. But they were doing TR Bibles. They were doing Bibles that were based on the Textus Receptus and Masoretic text.
Perfect. You're just going to pick whatever your tradition values. So
no, we're not just going to be traditionalists. So this is just an accusation. I'm not a traditionalist. I don't just go, well, our church has always done this, so I'm into truth. If someone showed me a very good and plausible case against the King James, I would follow it and believe it. But no one ever has. It's a bit like saying that someone's going to show me a case against 1 + 1 = 2. If they've got a good case, but no one can. I've never seen anyone be able to do that. And usually when they speak against the TR, Masoretic text, the King James, I do a bit of study and I'm like, actually, no, these people are ignorant of these issues. But then you answer them appropriately and they sort of disappear. They back off and they don't want to talk to you again. Or they just pretend you don't exist.
Pastors out there, I would say, see if you can get anywhere with my false friends argument. And if you can, then you found you don't have the heart of a true extremist. You have a confused and distressed sheep. But if you can't get anywhere, I think you're dealing with problems that go beyond King James onlyism, in my experience.
Yeah. So going back to the idea of trust, it doesn't take much to undermine the King James only view. It doesn't take much argumentation in the sense of there's some pretty clear proofs that this, like you just said, the King James only translators aren't even King James onlyists, things of that nature. And so am I right in saying that the person who hears these things would just look at you and say, yeah, but you're deceived, and my pastor or my uncle or my family member, I trust them.
Notice it's not I trust because I've studied these things out, is it? and lots and lots of people who are Textus Receptus guys, Masoretic text guys, King James guys, they have come from reading modern versions. Lots of people grew up like that. Like, Jeff Riddle, he was like, well, I used to read the ESV, And lots of these guys used to preach and teach from other Bibles, but then they've gotten studying, which, usually it's the thinking type of pastor and the one who's not afraid of persecution. They're the ones who are going, yeah, actually, the Textus Receptus has better attestation here. Wow, I'm going with that. Some people gravitate towards a majority text type of thing, but when they realize that's untenable, then they're like, well, actually, yeah, the TR makes sense, because, how many Bibles are based on the majority text? Hardly any. And, globally, it's hardly any, so for that to be the word of God, it's, well, what? It's just this sort of group, small, tiny little group of people. But understanding the TR, the King James, early Bible societies, and even still today, even though the work of the Bible societies is being usurped by the perverted text of Westcott and Hort and Unitarians, there are many groups out there who are doing independent work, bearing precious seed. Like, I've got tons of Bibles on my shelf that are Textus Receptus Bibles into other languages, and I'm stoked at that. That's amazing, and many times it's just a small church. They're just, they're not rich people. They're not funded by, some mega conglomerate, corporation, Zondervan, or, Rupert Murdoch or anything. And they are able to get offerings and fund a pastor to live in like Papua New Guinea or something, to translate, to bring the words of God across. And then that Bible just spreads out through that nation. And there are many people doing this, and I take my hat off to the Bearing Precious Seed guys, to anyone doing Bible translation work, and these guys need to be supported and helped. And they're doing basically the King James in other languages. See, these guys then turn around later on and they say that you can't, you have to be English only. Like, it's very rare that you get someone who's like, even a King James onlyist who's an English only. Like, even Gail Riplinger was working with a lady doing a French Bible and helping her with the French. D.A. Waite was helping with the Gomez Spanish Bible, the Reina Valera Gomez Bible, and funding and helping that and all the rest of it. And so who are they talking about? But let's continue.
And if you believe this view, I don't trust you. Is that kind of how it goes?
That would be more epistemologically sophisticated than what I normally get.
Okay.
And I want to add, as I often do, I'm not trying to insult. I am observing that.
So I'm going to go back through his question, because Mark Ward's like, these King James onlyists wouldn't answer something, or wouldn't ask something that sophisticated. So let's have a look.
That would be
I am literature, in the sense of like, there's some pretty clear proofs that this, like you just said, the King James only translators aren't even King James onlyists, things of that nature. And so, am I right in saying that the person who hears these things would just look at you and say, yeah, but you're deceived, and my pastor or my uncle or my family member, like, I trust them, and if you believe this view, I don't trust you. Is that kind of how it goes?
That would be more epistemologically sophisticated than what I normally get.
Okay.
And I want to add,
so he's saying, I just trust my pastor or my uncle, or I just trust someone in authority. So I'm not going to trust Mark Ward. And Mark Ward's saying, well, that's actually way more sophisticated than what I usually get. You see what I mean? That isn't that toxic. Why? Like, let me just say this. Mark Ward, I will debate you any day of the week. I think you're chicken. I think you're so chicken, and I think you don't know hardly anything about this topic. I know I've said two negatives there, but that's fine. That's the English language, works that way. You have no idea about these issues. And when it comes to these false friends, many of these false friends are simply not false friends. You've been proven many times that they're not. And the issue is he'll turn around and say, well, why don't these people want an update of this and that? And when I'm like, okay, well, yeah, here's an update. I did the vast majority of this work way before Mark Ward came on the scene. He doesn't even want to read it. So is he actually interested? He just wants to turn around and say, I'm toxic, I'm hateful. He's just trying to smear me and make me out to be a Steven Anderson type just because I'm stating what is factually true. But clearly, I just say things how they are. If Mark Ward's being a jerk, I'll say, hey, Mark Ward's being a jerk here. But Mark Ward does things in a passive-aggressive manner. So when he's asked the question, are people getting this authority or this understanding to follow, the King James, the Textus Receptus, from their uncle, from their pastors, from some sort of authority, and they're just rejecting your authority? And he's saying, well, they wouldn't even have a sophisticated narrative like that. Like saying that, like how stupid that is. Like you're not thinking for yourself. You're just following a pastor. You're just following some uncle. You're following a leader. Mark Ward turns around and says, no, their argumentation is way dumber than that. So you can see why I'm like, this guy is toxic. And you can see why I've got to be in my bonnet and saying, hey, Mark, I'll debate you. Stop, playing around with words and debate someone who's actually an opponent. So the thing is, he finds someone who disagrees with him. He's like, they're hateful. And he just smears them. He labels them. And he's like, they're hateful. They're vindictive. They don't have charity and all this sort of stuff. So pretty much he's just looking for an easy opponent, isn't he? Which in the real world, that's called being a chicken. And so I would just say, Mark Ward, you chicken, lay it all on the line and come on my channel and debate me. Or Jonathan Burris, or James White, or Dan Wallace, or Carson, any of these guys. I'll debate all of them at once.
I often do. I'm not trying to insult. I am observing that
But he always says stuff like that. I'm not trying to insult. But he just insults you. Then he says, I'm not trying to insult. So he's just lying. He is trying to insult. And this is one of the reasons why I keep pointing out he's passive-aggressive.
Never hear that.
Okay.
People seem to talk to me as if they're not trusting anybody else. They just know the truth. And that's actually one of my goals. That's a step in the right direction to get them to realize if you can't read Hebrew and Greek, which is most Christians, again, and that's not an insult. It's not a moral fault to be unable to read those languages. Very few people in the whole history of the world, in my opinion, have been able to read both of those languages as native speakers. It's perhaps zero because Hebrew underwent change itself.
Like, isn't this absolute projection? There are 0 people in the world who can speak Hebrew and Greek. I mean, I know people, secular people, Israelis who know Greek fluently. Like they would speak Hebrew and Greek, and I understand there's difference between modern Israeli language, modern Hebrew and ancient Hebrew, and also modern Greek and ancient Greek. But the thing is that they're so very close. And I know people who can speak Hebrew fluently. I know people who can speak Greek fluently. I know people who have worked in translation work who know the languages very, very well. But because Mark doesn't know these languages well, and he has such a low estimation of people who hold to a Textus Receptus King James position, that he just can't even fathom that we would be able to know these languages. I mean, even like he was bringing up Steven Anderson, even Steven Anderson would run rings around both languages of Hebrew and Greek. He would run rings around Mark Ward. And I'm no fan of Steven Anderson. You know what I mean? I think the new IFB is just, it's like a Zeppelin going down at the moment. And I'm like, well, cool. I'm hoping that it explodes and people wake up to themselves, move away from Andersonism, and just move on with their lives. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to slander Anderson. I'll say the truth about him, which is just as hurtful, but I'm not going to slander him and say he doesn't know these languages. He knows them very well. He's studying these languages, and so and he's just an apologist for the King James position. Not even that. He's just a pastor. So, there are many people who have worked on the text. Many people who Mark Ward just seems to have no idea about, and Mark purposely remains vague about things. So anyway, I mean, I just think of people who, like Mark Ward, the amount of Greek that he knows. I know people like Mark, out of like knowing 100, like say Georgios Babiniotis would be like 100, Mark would be like, 0.04%, he can read the alphabet, he can pass a few things, but at the end of the day, to put him against, people who I know, who know the Greek language, who know the syntax, the morphology of the language, that they would run rings around Mark Ward. They're probably on like 50, which is very high, compared to Mark Ward. But at the end of the day, Mark just projects that people don't know the languages. King James only, they don't know the languages and all this sort of stuff. I mean, just before Mark Ward came along, there was this quite a big move on Facebook among the Textus Receptus Bibles site and also the Confessional Bibliology site on Facebook. And so these guys were running Greek classes, so learn Greek in a year, and they were going through that. They were testing people, and a lot of these guys have gone on to the point where they read the Greek New Testament through every year. Kayla DeSoto was part of this, Daniel Hansen. There were many people involved with this. There was a revival of Greek learning, of people understanding the languages, because this was a major accusation of James White. Like, these people don't know Greek, and they're like, well, actually, no, we do know Greek, and we're going to know it 10 times better than you. And so they were jumping into the Greek language. They were many of these guys went into Hebrew, and so Mark just has no idea what he's talking about.
Over time, before the New Testament was written. In any case, unless you can read Hebrew and Greek, you're going to have to trust somebody else who does read those languages to tell you what they mean.
No, that's ridiculous. If you just, like, the vast majority of the time, if you just have an interlinear, you can read along with like an ESV and King James and go, okay, this is what the interlinear says. This is what that word means. A wooden translation, even Jay Green's interlinear, or just Bible Hub. Let's forget the whole books thing. Just online, and you can get ESV interlinears. What was it? The sort of like backwards interlinear one that they have, reverse interlinear or whatever. You can get them in King James, and you can go through, and you don't have to know the languages. You can just know, okay, that's the same Strong's number, that's the same Strong's number, and you can get the vast majority of things across. Because Mark thinks there's no difference between the critical text and the Textus Receptus, which is like, it's like saying, oh, there's no difference between, the Nazis and South Africa. It's so silly. It's crazy. Like, that is nuts. Like he's going against Dan Wallace. He's saying there's lots of differences. Why are people going to the New King James even? He's going against James White. He's saying there's hardly any differences. And there's so many differences. But there are very few that you have to really know the nuances of Hebrew and Greek. Most of the time you just see a missing verse and you're like, hey, that's missing. Do you have to be fluent in Greek to understand that something's missing like that? No. You could be a child. It's like, okay, Billy, what's happening here? You got all these words on one side, then you've got a blank space on the other one. which box has the words missing? And Billy's like, that one? It's like, yeah, he's like 5 years old. You don't have to be a savant to figure this out. Mark makes out that like you have to be a savant. And see, the thing is, I'll talk about the translational ability of the King James because they were brilliant. And Mark Ward seems to try and use that same type of argumentation, but just to figure out if a verse is missing or if there's just different words. Like sometimes, yeah, you might be, okay, trying to figure out why it says Christ Jesus or Jesus Christ. It's like, why is that backwards? You have to sort of know a bit of stuff to figure those things out. But at the end of the day, too, even if you are appealing to authority, you've got to have good answers. And the thing is, the critical text side are not offering good answers as to why they have a solecism in 1 Timothy 3:16, where it says God was manifest in the flesh, why they have he who appeared in a body, which has a predicate without a subject. It goes against Greek grammar. It's probably the greatest solecism that's in the Greek text, in their Greek texts. There's no solecism in the Textus Receptus. But they have to explain that. They're the ones who have to explain these things away and explain why there's just such a blunder in their text and why it omits the deity of Christ. The strongest verse that says Jesus is God, God was manifest in the flesh, it says he who appeared in a body, and they have to explain why Unitarians were allowed to influence this text and why George Van Smith wrote a book saying that the doctrines are affected. So oftentimes it comes down to you read their material. So even if you are appealing to authority, you read their material and you're like, actually, the reasons they're giving for this is ridiculous. The reasons for keeping this are mountainous. And so even if you don't know the Greek language, you don't understand what a solecism is, you don't understand the issues that are involved with, a predicate, a subject, it's not that hard to figure out. You don't really have to know the languages fluently to figure that one out. Even Hort, Westcott and Hort said it's a solecism in their text. It's a schoolboy error. A Greek schoolboy wouldn't make that type of error in the text. And they know that, and they admitted that. But they said, well, it's nothing to do with grammar. Paul broke out into a song. He just started singing the song. He was manifest in the flesh. They deleted God. He was manifest in the flesh. He appeared in a body. He just started singing. That's why it's so abrupt. So they're not denying it's abrupt. They're not denying there's an error there. So that's where these guys, they don't even know the basics of that verse. This just does my head in. James White in his book agrees with the Textus Receptus position. He agrees with me on that. He says in his book, I agree with Dean John William Burgon. It should say God was manifest in the flesh. So you can debate Mark Ward all day on it, and he'll be like, you guys don't know the languages like me. I'm in my ivory tower. I know all these languages. I'm better than you. And then it's all, what about James White? He's in agreement with me on this. They're like, look, there's a bird over. Oh, there's a rabbit. Let's just follow that. They don't want to talk about these things because there's so many contradictory things that happen within the critical text guys, and it's not like I'm just holding up a Ruckman book or even a D.A. Waite book. There's plenty of errors in here. This is 1992. This is pre-internet. There are arguments I would not use in here. Okay, he says Easter's pagan in here. James White says Easter's pagan in here as well. They're both wrong. But when I contacted James White, he said, Nick says you're a Ruckmanite. I was like, oh, okay. D.A. Waite said, wow, I think what you're saying is true. And he put it in his newsletter. And when I contacted Jack Mormon, he said, you've brought the issue of Easter much further down the road than I have. And I think it's correct and accurate. But James White's just like, No rebuttal, no why it's wrong or anything like that. Just you're a Ruckmanite. So that's the spirit that's behind a lot of these critical text guys, just to smear, to slander, to misrepresent. I've had nothing to do with Ruckman. Ruckman was a racist. Ruckman says I'm mentally sick because I've married someone who's not a white person. I'm mentally sick. And so please, Mark Ward, stop calling me a Ruckmanite. James White, you are a slanderer. Stop doing this. It's wrong.
Now, maybe those people are the King James translators, and actually I think they are trustworthy. I don't think, however, that most people out there in the world have gotten a hold of that, what I think to be simple and fundamental insight that I got from C.S. Lewis and Mere Christianity, who said, I believe most things on authority. I believe there's a place called New York City, even though I've never been there, because reliable people have told me so. Right. If I could get King James onlyists to acknowledge, yeah, it's true, I can't read Hebrew and Greek, I am having to trust these people, my past.
It just amazes me. How about we set up a debate between Mark Ward and Albert Hemd, who's living in Jerusalem. He's working on the Delitzsch Old Testament, I think it is, or maybe it's the Delitzsch commentary. But it's like, but what does Mark know about the Hebrew language? I can set up plenty of debates with people who are fluent, and we'll just see how far Mark goes. Or I'll get some of my friends who know the Greek language, and they'll just ask some basic questions like, Mark, how do you say this in Greek? And he won't be able to, because he is pretending that he's fluent when he's not.
Pastor, these writers, this internet, YouTuber, that would be a big step in the right direction. But I almost never get that. I can't explain why that is, but people are confused about why they believe it. They think they have immediate access to it. It's as if, like one guy just said to me, the modern versions don't speak to me, but the King James does. How can you argue with that?
So do King James onlyists believe in salvation by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone? And the reason I'm asking you that is because you said earlier that some people have condemned you as a non-Christian for rejecting this view. So
but this video is called King James Idolatry. So we're idolaters. And then it says the heresy dividing the church. And Mark Ward's view of heresy is like, that's like Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, heretics, because he deals with that in Titus. He talks about the word heresy, and so we know what he thinks heresy is. So he's saying we're heretics. They're saying we're idolaters. Where's Huff on cultish? Like, they're saying we're a cult, but then they're like, hey guys, get your Kleenex out, start rubbing the tears from your eyes because someone said Mark Ward's not saved. Now, I've been called not saved because I believe in a pre-trib position. You know what I mean? I've been called all sorts of things on the internet. I don't think that everyone's saying that about me. Now, when James White calls me a Ruckmanite to my face, because like I said to him on a chat group, I said, hey, James, I've got a different opinion on Easter. I've been working on this article. Can I run this past you? And can I put my material here on your chat? He said, yeah, go for it. So I put it there, and the first comment was, you're a Ruckmanite. And I was like, the first paragraph of my article, I spoke against Ruckmanism. I said, I don't believe in Ruckmanism. I said, but I think that this English word is correct and accurate and shouldn't be Passover. And he's like, you're a Ruckman. So it was like, so that's one of the main guys. This is the one that Mark Ward says to go to. He called me a Ruckman. So he's saying I'm a Ruckman.
If they believe that, then is there an added work or an added trust that they have to have? That was confusing for me. Hey, before we get back to this episode, just want to ask you if this is something.
Okay, so let's fast forward that.
That you're experiencing from redeeming truth. And now back to the episode. Is there an added work or an added trust that they have to have? That was confusing for me.
So now we're believing that unless you read the King James, you're not saved. Even Will Kenny will just come out and say, hey, you can get saved without reading a King James. Yeah, I believe you can get saved without reading a Bible at all. You know, if someone's holding a gun to your head and you're about to die and you cry out to God and you get saved, I mean, it's not like you know, hang on, Mr. Shooter, I'm just going to go up to the bookshelf and get a pristine, you know, premium King James leather-bound Bible off the shelf, and I'm going to read the words of Jesus in red. It's like people cry out to God and they have no idea about Bibles or anything. And it's amazing when you cry out to God and people meet Jesus. That's an amazing thing. And so, yeah, these guys are making out that us King James onlyists are teaching that you can't be saved, and that Mark Ward's not saved because he doesn't, you know, follow the King James.
For extremists, yes, and that's part of the definition of extremism.
Yeah.
But I don't cast my pearls before swine. Jesus told me not to. And when I read that passage and I say, Jesus, who is swine? Who's the dog that I'm not supposed to, you know, cast my pearls before? Matthew chapter 7.
So ready? He's saying we're dogs, we're swine.
Yeah.
Verse 6 or 7. And his answer there is, and I'm going to quote the King James, ironically enough. I've got it right here on my desk. It's what I grew up with. It's still what I tend to quote.
Yeah.
He says, cast not your pearls before swine. He says, lest they turn again and rend you. The people who go after me in an ad hominem way, like that.
Now listen to this. Listen to this toxicity. It's like he's up to here with, I hate these King James people. I just want to rail against them, and it's always here, you know, just like a victim of a bombing or something, and they're just about to cry every time they think about it. Mark Ward is just about to start getting gnarly. So my bandwidth just dropped right down, but I'll let it get back up. I'll just put some of these comments here. Let's continue.
That you're not even saved. And I can't even repeat some of the truly vile, sexually dirty things that people say to me. I have a moderator who helps eliminate those things from my YouTube comments. That to me is the people Jesus is talking about.
Yeah.
And I'm not aimed at them because Jesus, I think, told me not to. If they want to listen in, fine, but I'm not going to go for them. Yeah. So you know what? I've lost track of your original question.
Yeah, the original question is, do they believe in salvation by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone, or is this an added work that a person must do?
The mainstream does not view the King James that way.
Okay.
They do, to their great credit, reject the view stated once by Jack Hyles and implied by lots of other extremists, that you have to be saved from the pure seed of the pure word of God, namely the King James, or you're not really saved. No, they reject that. And then I'm looking for not only what they say, but how they act. And some of the very people who will say to me, well, you must not be saved, or they'll say, the reason you don't understand all these words in the King James is because the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God.
Okay, so at the same time, they've got a video saying it's King James idolatry, that it's the heresy dividing the church. We're divisive people. And so they're saying all those scriptures about division and all that are in these modern versions, that many times it's all twisted toward people who are actually just standing up for truth. But we're dividing the church, and we're heretics. We're on Cultish. They're not saying, they don't probably, most of these guys don't deserve to be on Cultish, you know. Most of, you know, probably, you know, a couple of hyper, you know, KJV only extremists, you know, yes. But these other people, they've just got a TR position. They've got their King James. They're fine. No, they're putting us all in the same bag again. But they're saying that we're idolaters, that we have heresy. But then he's crying about, you know, some people online said, I'm not saved. And it's like, you know, the pot calling the kettle black.
That's 1 Corinthians 2:14. And I'm like, do you understand what you're implying here? You're implying that I'm not saved, and that's why I don't understand archaic English words. Right. They'll say that to me, but then quite a lot of them will turn around and be courteous to me and speak to me like a brother. I think they're confused. They're not really.
They're confused because they're all different people, Mark. It's like saying one Trinitarian guy who was Orthodox, he was psycho on me. And the other guy, was Sam Shamoon. He's a Trinitarian too. He was really gnarly and said something about my mother. And, then there was this other Trinitarian, Jeff Riddle. He was nice to me. So they're confused. It's like, well, it's not about grouping us all together. We're all individuals with individual opinions. But we gravitate towards a truth, just like many people from all quarters gather together around young earth creationism. And we're like, well, we believe that that's true. It doesn't mean we're all part of some cohesive group. But Mark treats us all like we're all part of some group. We've all got the same T-shirt on. We're all growing the same mustache. We've all got the same pastor somewhere. It's just simply not true. But he's starting to believe the rubbish that's coming out of his mouth. But what can you do about it?
Really thinking it through. And I choose to talk to those people.
That's a good one. Shall Stand Forever said, uncle approved version. It's like, well, my uncle said it's good, so I'm going to read it. No one in my family is Christian, not one person. And so I come to this position by myself. I don't have any leadership who is saying I should believe this position. Okay. Most people throughout my life have actually discouraged me from this position, saying it's, you'll end up like a cultist, because they're just reading the sales literature that comes with, you should buy an NIV and an ESV and, all this other stuff. You'll be weird if you read that one. And so they're just believing that, and they don't want persecution themselves, which, the parable of the sower says, some fall away because of persecution. It's a huge issue in the church. A lot of these people, they know it's true, but they're like, well, I don't want to rock the boat. And so they drop the issue and they compromise. And the next thing you know, they're dropping 20 other issues,
And I take their consistency the way I think charity should. And I assume that they don't really mean what they're saying when they imply that I'm not saved. And I've had that experience quite a few times now. People who will say things that are pretty offensive and divisive and contentious, but then we'll actually have a conversation and show that there's something better going on in their hearts. They have the Spirit. And let me tell you, one of the strengths of the King James only world is that those churches are evangelistic in a way that my strongly conservative, evangelical, Bible preaching, expository preaching church, I don't know that we are as known for our faithful, ardent evangelism as these King James only churches are. And when I hear them...
That's hilarious. Shall Stand Forever said, unconvinced Mark Ward worked for the CIA at Guantanamo. The CIA, okay, Mark, the prisoners are ready. Mark says, what should I do? It's just like, just start speaking. How they were playing some Metallica song or something, and people were taking them to court, the American government, for torturing prisoners with heavy metal music, and they were like, why are you playing our song? And just get Mark Ward just to stand in the corner and start talking, and it's like, let it stop. I'll admit that I'm a terrorist.
Preach the gospel. I hear them preach the gospel. I'm not hearing you are saved by faith alone and Christ alone through the King James Version alone. They are preaching Christ in almost all my experience. So I'm glad for that. And I feel like what Paul said, if they preach Christ of contention, at least Christ is being preached. And I don't even think it's that bad. I think when it comes to the gospel, we really are united.
That's great. That's great to hear. How do they view non-English translations?
They don't. I have this.
Okay. So this is where it's like, just the verbal diarrhea that just gets splattered around at this point of the interview is through the roof. This is just lies, slander. I mean, how many people do you know who are critical text guys who would just off the bat just do a Bible translation into some language? Like, how many do you personally know? They're like, oh, I've got an NIV or an ESV, but I'm not talking about people involved with those translations or anything, or even involved with the Bible societies. People just going, hey, let's get our Bible study together. We've got Bob here. He's from Ecuador. Let's iron out a Bible translation. He's saying that it could be improved. Let's work on it. Let's fund it. But how many King James TR people do you know who are doing Bible translation or helping with Bible translation? The Bearing Precious Seeds guys are everywhere. I mean, even what Gordon Crickelly, he's not. He comes against some things that I say, and he's not like a KJV position, but he is a TR position, and he's over in Africa at the moment doing his translation. And usually it's people who are TR, Masoretic Text, King James people who are doing this sort of stuff. And usually it's funded just by a local church or just a few people. So let me just rewind that. Like, this is just, I'm gonna start making some shorts videos, because I noticed that they get much more air than my 4-hour videos, but it'd be great to make some little shorts of some of these things, and just maybe have a list of Bibles that have just recently gone out, even the Gomez Bible, and how popular that is. The Bibles in Korea, in the Korean language, there's so many. Anyway, let's just rewind this.
United.
That's great. That's great to hear. How do they view non-English translations?
They don't. I had this conversation today, this very morning, with somebody on my YouTube comments, and I'm pretty practiced in discerning by someone's tone, will they have a conversation or not? And this guy said something that was pretty extreme, but he presented it in such a way that I could tell this is worth trying. So he asked, well, don't we have a perfect Bible? Wouldn't God give us a perfect Bible? And by that, he means the King James. And I said, I used Jesus's tack, and I said, I'll answer your question if you answer my question. I said, I appreciate your courtesy. And I said, what about translations in other languages? And he gave a confusing, self-contradictory answer. They haven't really thought this through.
Notice some guy spoke to that morning, but he's using his one anecdotal example and blowing it out to everyone in this King James only movement. They've labeled us all in the same bubble as they think this. I just get so tired of, like, if everyone answered in the most charitable, nice way to Mark Ward, and one person jumped on his Facebook and said, hey, Mark, I think you're a bozo. It'd be like, all these people think I'm a bozo, and get the tissues out and, they're calling me mean names and all this. It's like, stop this. It's childish. It's ridiculous.
They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically.
They can't read other languages. Think about this. Not just Greek and Hebrew. They can't read other languages. Oh my gosh. Like, how bad? Like, I don't know how many people I talk to in the United. Like, look for example. Let's look for some people. Okay, so I'll get some examples, say, from my website and the links that go there, and we'll just people who he would say are King James leadership or whatever. I mean, do I agree with Will Kinney on everything? He's a Calvinist. I'm not a Calvinist. We would have 50 debates lined up on Calvinism. You know what I mean? The same with Jeff Riddle. The same with many other people, But we have this mutual respect that it's like, well, you've done this work on this text, and I'm in agreement with that. And I'd read Will Kinney stuff and go, yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with that too. But let's look at some of these links, okay? So, say for starters, this is David Cloud. So David Cloud. Now you if you were to label someone as a King James leader, okay, according to Mark Ward's definition, if he was going through going, I'm going to make a list of King James leadership. Okay, so let's look at who David Cloud is. Okay, David Cloud and Nepal. That's an audio testimony. It's a Way of Literature, David Cloud. In 1973, when he was a 23-year-old hippie, got saved. The Way of Life has been published roughly in 200 books in 15 languages. How did they know these languages? How do they know they're correct? Obviously, they've got links. They can either speak these languages or they've got links to the people in these other languages. So they are concerned, you know. But actually, I want to see Nepal missionary. Spelled that wrong. Okay, I'll look at that one. Okay, how did O Timothy begin? Nepal. Okay. In those days, the head of the Bible Society that I said that I'd burn a pile of Bibles. Some Bibles were burned by missionaries from Switzerland. I had nothing to do with it. So he was a missionary in Nepal. Okay. It was rumored that he was a Ruckmanite. Exactly the same issues that I'm like, Mark, stop calling us Ruckmanites. James White, stop calling us Ruckmanite. He's like someone, this is probably written like 20 years ago. I'm getting called a Ruckmanite on the mission field. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're not really looking for that, but I'm looking for Nepal. We were in Nepal for 5 years before we got our first refrigerator. That's pretty wild. Okay, so here's David Cloud, and I don't know if you've ever read David Cloud's material. It's very good. I enjoy it. Like I'm not a Baptist. I'm a continuationist. That's why he thinks I'm a heretic. But his material is like, yeah, he's studied. He knows his stuff. So maybe. So I'm just looking at some people who Mark Ward would consider, King James leadership. Nepal, maybe language, because I'm pretty sure he worked on the Nepalese Bible while he was there. Nepali, Trinitarian Bible Society. Okay, so that's a video. It's not going to help. And that one's not going to help. Trinitarian Bible Society. David Cloud. Let's see what this says about it. There was no New Testament comparable to the Serampore Nepali until the 1990s. David Cloud and his wife arrived in Nepal in 1979 with a burden to produce good Bible literature in the Nepalese language. There were no Bible helps, concordance, dictionary commentaries, but Nepali pastors were insistent that it was the Bible itself which needed revision before helps were produced. In sum, the Nepali Bible suffered not only from the shift in translation, foundations, and methods, but also from seriously outdated language and overall poor translation. In the search for fellow laborers committed to the same view of Bible translation, text, and principles, the Clouds became involved with Daniel Rai. Daniel was the evangelist based in Darjeeling, preaching in Nepal and Bhutan. Thomas Kaufman joined the Bible Translation Project, and he, with Daniel, took on the role of the main translators of the new Nepali Bible as the Clouds became more involved with their North American-based ministries. The first edition of the New Testament was printed with Trinitarian Bible Society involvement in the 1990s, and the Old Testament is nearing completion. Of that New Testament, David Cloud recorded with engaging honesty, this New Testament is far from perfect. In fact, it needs a lot of future revision, but it is textually sound and is a good foundation for others to build upon. Daniel and Thomas have labored in the heat of the day and given the Nepali people a great treasure. They are true pioneers. So here you have a guy living in Nepal. So this is the first person I see on my website who's probably still alive and probably considered a leader in the King James only world. And he spent years and years and years in Nepal and produced a New Testament in the Nepalese language. So let's just rewind what is said here. Let's just see what this is through.
They have a conversation or not. And this guy said something that was pretty extreme, but he presented it in such a way that I could tell this is worth trying. Mm-hmm. So he asked, well, don't we have a perfect Bible? Wouldn't God give us a perfect Bible? And by that he means the King James. And I said, I used Jesus's tack, and I said, I'll answer your question if you answer my question. I said, I appreciate your courtesy. And I said, what about translations in other languages? And he gave a confusing, self-contradictory answer. They haven't really thought this through. Okay. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically.
They can't read. Listen to this.
They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they haven't really thought this through. Okay. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically.
Okay, so the first person I looked at was David Cloud. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Let's get rid of those ones. And he wasn't even one that came to mind. Okay, let's go down to, say, the links section. And we'll just see who's involved with that. Okay, so some helpful links. Old Paths Publications. So this is usually the Dean Burgon Society is involved with this. The bookstore, okay. This is H.D. Williams. He published my book on Revelation 16:5 in here. Now, he has a lot of stuff from D.A. Waite. Now, D.A. Waite, he was instrumental in helping with the Gomez Bible. I wonder if they've actually got the Gomez for sale here. Gomez, no. But maybe, yeah, so he's the first one. So he's promoting Dean Burgon Society material. So you have a whole Bible translation into Spanish, the Gomez Bible, which has a lot of roots in the Dean Burgon Society. Okay, so that's the first one. So they would be considered leaders in the King James movement. Okay, so they do that. Textus Receptus Bibles. This is by Keith Mason. So Keith Mason runs lots and lots of websites. He is prolific in spreading information about the Textus Receptus. Now, there are some things that are a tiny bit outdated on the website and probably could be updated. But at the end of the day, he is promoting the Textus Receptus. Most of this is just English. So, yeah, and Keith is an English guy. So, okay, you could say maybe he doesn't know the language. The KJV Today website, I know for a fact, because I know this guy personally, he wants to remain anonymous because, you know, obviously people would probably ring up his work and say he's a Ruckmanite or he's a this and that and try and slander him and try and get him sacked or, you know, get him slandered or whatever. So he runs kjvtoday.net. A lot of people really love this website. Now, I know for a fact that this guy speaks 2 languages fluently, okay? And he knows Hebrew and he knows Greek. I'm not sure of the fluency of those 2, but he knows those. And that's why so many people contact me and say, can you tell me who this guy is? His work is amazing. You know, when you go through and you look at some of the issues, like I look at like a basic thing like cherubim or cherubims, it's usually a very interesting and concise answer that he has because he knows the languages very well. And so that wouldn't apply to him. He knows languages. Another King James Bible believer, well, this is Will Kinney. Okay, so that's a dead link. I've got to fix that. But Will Kinney was a high school Spanish teacher. He knows Spanish fluently. So let's just go back to what Mark Ward said here. Let's listen to this.
That not only because of contradictory answer. They haven't really thought this through. Okay. They don't realize because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically.
Okay, so Does this apply to the KJV Today guy? No. Does this apply to Will Kinney? No. Okay, then we've got the Dean Burgon Society. They've got a new website. I was looking at it the other day. It's just it's in a process at the moment. But I mean, D.A. Waite, did he know Greek? Now it says here on the back of his book that in 1948, I think it was, he had a THM with high honors in New Testament Greek literature and exegesis from Dallas Theological Seminary. He received a BA in classical Greek and Latin in 1948. So does he know the languages? He's the leader, King James leader of the Dean Burgon Society. So we're going through this list of just people I've got. These are just links on my page. This is just a cursory look. He's like, they don't know Hebrew and Greek. They don't know any languages. Okay, so let's go to the Gomez Bible. Gomez Spanish Bible. Okay. I'll look for that specifically. Reina Valera Gomez. Now maybe I'll type in D.A. Waite. We'll see what comes up. Okay, there is controversy between some of these Bibles, but we just want to get D.A. Waite. Okay, so here we have their home page. Okay, so this is by Dr. Phil Stringer, another leader, you know. Okay, so let's go to Waite. So yeah, Phil Stringer is supporting the Gomez text. I believe that God inspired, breathed out every word of Scripture, holy writings. He used the Greek language, the Hebrew language, and a little Aramaic to do so, etc. And he says, Dr. Gomez and those who work with him are committed to the reproduction of those original words. Their base text is clearly designated. All throughout the various drafts of the work, they remained open to have their work challenged on this basis. So he's supporting the Spanish Bible. When you look at D.A. Waite, he's saying, you know, what his training is and everything, and he's in support of that. H.D. Williams, the guy who I was just looking for, has produced a first-class book, word for word, translating the received text, verbal plenary, translating on translation principles. So they're teaching people how to do Bible translation into other languages. He spent over 8 hours with Gomez, D.A. Waite, Rex Cobb, Stephen Zeiner, myself. I have no idea why I was included in such a group, and others discussing principles of Bible translation. He has endorsed the Gomez based upon the translation principles used. So that's D.A. Waite. They're talking about being heavily involved in a Spanish translation. Okay, so that's just another one. Like, is there anyone in this list who's not? I mean, I think the only one was like, no, I already have shown H.D. Williams is with these people, with the Spanish Bible, okay? Or no, the only one was Keith Mason, sorry, but he's mostly focused on English. So he's got the King's Bible, that's the King James Bible site. King James Bible Translators, that's a site about the translators, so it's not going to have that material. And it's actually written by the Mormons. And so, but I do still have it there. If you've ever seen this, it is quite an amazing website. It goes through the history of the translators. You know, you can look up Richard Bancroft and find out material. But I did my due diligence and searched through all this and found out, well, a couple of Mormon guys run this. It's like, okay, but it's still interesting material. So let's forget them. Peter Van Cleek. Okay, I'm not sure if he knows any languages. Nick Sayers. Okay, so it's talking about me. Well, I mean, my wife speaks 4 languages. I've been involved with the Khmer Bible Project into Cambodian. I've been involved with the Urdu Bible Project into the Pakistani language of Urdu. And so those are 2 that I've been involved with. I've always supported any accurate language Bible. On the Textus Receptus website that I'm looking at now, we were working on a Japanese Bible, but then someone more professional just did it. So then we got KJV Asia. So this guy I think is in Singapore. Jeffrey Koo. Okay, that's another dead link. Trinitarian Bible Society. Okay, so let's see if these guys, are interested in Bibles into other languages. So let's look at the store. Let's check it out. Okay, let's continue. Okay, English scriptures, other publications, biblical languages. So, so apparently they are involved with biblical languages. So I guess none of them know the languages, of course, because Mark Ward said they don't. So, they're publishing the Textus Receptus, but probably just doing it out of sheer deception. They don't know how to read this thing. No one can. If you're a King James guy, you can't, because just Mark Ward said it. But look, he's got a Geese thing there and a Spanish thing there. What's the go? All these languages: Afrikaans, Albanian, Amharic, Arabic, Armenian, all of these languages. Wow, I didn't think that anyone who held to the position of a Textus Receptus King James advocacy position was interested or could even read other languages. Can you see why? I'm like, Mark Ward, please zip it. You're just lying. Okay, so let's go through this again. Let's listen to this.
They don't realize using self-contradictory answer. They haven't really thought this through. Okay. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically, that
Who? I've only gone through a few people on my site. Should I go through more? David Cloud, Jonathan Sheffield. I'm just not sure about that. The Confessional Bibliology guys, a lot of them you can read Greek. And I know that for a fact. I was studying Greek with these guys when the Confessional Bibliology guys were doing their yearly Greek stuff. So anyway, that's just a cursory look through some of the links of who would be King James only. And so what about Stephen Anderson? I would say he knows lots of languages. He's studying a lot of languages. And so it's just lies. So anyway, let's continue.
Not only do other translations in other languages that are even King James equivalents, like my favorite one to use is the Dutch Statenvertaling from 1636 or 37. It has served the same role in the Dutch world that the
Dutch Statenvertaling had 6 guys working on it. It's not the equivalent to the King James. They did a very good job, and most people are like, in a roundabout way, it's like a TR-based Bible. It's a Reformation Bible, just like we'd say the Geneva is. Many other Bibles are very similar, but the King James stands alone in a sense where you had 60 great, brilliant scholars work on it, and they nailed it. And so when you got the Dutch Statenvertaling, a lot of the readings are the same, but then you get a few little bits here and there, and it's like, well, that's just wrong. Like clearly, the issue of say the Son of God in Daniel 3:25 or a son of the gods, this has been thoroughly answered hundreds of times. There is a good, reasonable apologetic for having the King James reading there. And even in the next few verses, the word God is in the singular, not in the plural. And Nebuchadnezzar speaking, saying, your God this, your God that. So he's not saying a son of the gods. It makes more sense to say the Son of God. And the King James translators knew this. They were superior. So when you're going to the Dutch Statenvertaling, so the thing is, if the King James project had been done in Italian, I would go there to go, well, that's where all the words of God are, in a language where people have translated completely faithfully. But thankfully, it was in English. They did it in English. Now, Mark Ward makes out that we just follow the King James because we're familiar with that and it's our tradition. No, many people know English because English is just spread all around the world. It's obviously Chinese languages, and with their population growing as it is, that's becoming huge. But English is the most sought after language. English is everywhere. Chinese isn't everywhere, and most people in China are trying to learn English. There are many places, like in India, they've got 50 million first language speakers of English there, living there. And you've got all sorts of different Englishes around the world as well. But anyway, I sort of lost track of where I was going with that. But let's just continue.
King James does. In fact, there's a much smaller, like Statenvertaling only movement in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Not only does that translation.
So to favor one Bible above another is not like, oh, you're an only, you're a cult. So there's this cult movement in the Netherlands. Well, obviously, someone's saying, hey, that's the best Bible that we have so far in our language. Like what David Cloud said when he worked on the Nepalese Bible. He said this, at least it's based on the Textus Receptus. And this was the William Carey Bible Society, which Phil Stringer used to run. Okay, that's another thing that I forgot. Phil Stringer used to run the William Carey Bible Society, where they were focused. Anyway, I've got to show you this. I've forgotten this. I've absolutely forgotten that Phil Stringer, who I've interviewed on this channel. Okay, let's just. I sort of got excited when I thought about this because you guys are going to go, oh my God. Mark Ward says that these people don't know the languages. Someone like Phil Stringer, he's one of the leaders of the King James Research Council. So he would be a leader in the King James world, okay? Let's have a look at this article. The Word of God for All Nations. Now, this was on the William Carey Bible Society site by Phil Stringer. Now, let's have a quick look at this. What are all these languages? So they tell you which Bibles. Afrikaans, the Tabiblia Ta Logia was released in 1933. It was the first Bible in Afrikaans. It was very clearly received text and was often compared to the King James Bible. It was revised in 1953, but still clearly based on the received text. So then they made another one on the critical text. But, so he's got that information. This is Phil Stringer. And then he talks about this one. I've never heard of it, Ghana. This one here, I've never heard of that one either. Then Albanian, they're talking about the Diadochi Bible, Amharic, the Ethiopian one, so Arabic, Basque, Belarus. He's saying that the TR community, King James community, they can't read languages. And like let's pick a random one, okay? Let's just go down, because there's so many. Look how many. Just going in alphabetical order: Czech, Flemish, German, Greek, Hungarian, Irish, Japanese, Lithuanian. It just keeps going. So let's go to one random one. This one here, which is Sren and Tongo. I have no idea what that is. It says Bob Patton began a project to translate the received text in 1991. He was aided by several national helpers. It was completed in 1998. It is the best-selling Bible there. So this guy has done it on the Textus Receptus. Would he be a TR guy? Most probably. Would he be able to speak this language? Well, it hasn't said that yet. But he had missionary parents. This guy should be considered a hero. If you were to read about Bible translators who worked in India, like William Carey, you're like, what a hero, Henry Martin, what a hero. But this guy, it's like James White would just say, what a loser. He'd be like, loser, Textus Receptus is wrong, you more. That's what he said to me. I said, hey, James White, I'm in Pakistan, blah, blah, blah. I'm doing Bible translation work here. And he said, well, that's all they need is a Bible translation based upon the wrong text. You know what I mean? Like they hate TR people. Well, James White does anyway. I think Mark does too. Okay, so he used the King James. It was difficult in that place. He assembled a team of nationals. They would use the Dutch Bible as their base text. The Statenvertaling, which is the Dutch equivalent to the King James Version. However, I showed the difference in the text. They did follow the King James Version successfully. So he knew of the issues of the Dutch Statenvertaling. They were using it as a base for their translation. So he would have to know Dutch at least. And he's working with them to do this language I can't even pronounce. I think you get the drift. You know what I mean? Bearing Precious Seed Ministries. They've sold 5,000 copies. 10,000 New Testaments. So there you go. That one was exciting for me because I remember when this article came out, because I was so interested in Bible translation into other languages, that when this came out on the William Carey Bible Society page, which is all about foreign Bibles, and Phil Stringer used to run it, and then they shut the page down all of a sudden, but I'd copied this over to my website, and it's dated. I mean, let's have a look how old this is. History. I put this into my website January 2011. So, I mean, that's a long time ago. Looking at 14 years ago, I was interested in TR King James Bibles into other languages, and so was Phil Stringer, running websites on it, going through all this information. Now he's head of the King James Research Council. He's been involved with the Dean Burgon Society, which most people have that type of attitude. Let's just go back to what Mark Ward said again. I just want to hear this again. Let's just
make it different in the Netherlands, in the Dutch word. Tell this is things they don't.
How do they view non-English translations?
They don't. I had this.
They don't.
This conversation today, this very morning, with somebody on my YouTube comments, and I'm pretty practiced in discerning by someone's tone, will they have a conversation or not? And this guy said something that was pretty extreme, but he presented it in such a way that I could tell this is worth trying. Mm-hmm. So he asked, well, don't we have a perfect Bible? Wouldn't God give us a perfect Bible? And by that he means the King James. And I said, I used Jesus's tack, and I said, I'll answer.
I think I went too far back.
They haven't really thought this through. Okay. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically. They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically, that realize, because they can't read other languages.
They can't read other languages. I mean, this should be a Billy Carson moment. Where's Huff going, Sinaiticus or the Sinai Bible? It's just like they can't read other. What would Mark say in defense of this? Well, I didn't mean all those ones who can, which is like the majority, vast majority of people involved with this issue can. The so-called leadership, pastors, people in the Dean Burgon Society, King James Research Council, Will Kinney, KJV Today.
And
the guy from KJV Today can go from one country, step into another one, and have exactly the same fluency in English and in another language. Look at Christopher Yetzer. He's living in Italy, speaking Italian, reading the Diadotti 1607 Bible, which is pretty much equivalent to the King James, except for a few little bits here and there. and he's a King James guy. He speaks Italian. Like, I've just got to play this again. I'm just addicted to this bit.
They can't really thought this through.
Okay.
They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically, that not
I've got to play that again.
using self-contradictory answer. They haven't really thought this through.
Okay.
They don't realize, because they can't read other languages and they can't read Greek and Hebrew typically, that not only do other translations in other languages that are even King James equivalents, like my favorite one to use is the Dutch Statenvertaling from 1636 or 37. It has served the same role in the Dutch world that the King James does. In fact, there's a much smaller, like, Statenvertaling only movement in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Not only does that translation make different translation decisions than the King James does at various points where the Greek or Hebrew is a little ambiguous, or you could go either way, but it makes different textual decisions in the New Testament, at least, which is what I've looked at. I just haven't gotten any answers from them on that.
Well, people are just like, yeah, they've got some errors in it. Just like the Geneva has errors, just like the Diodati, Christietz is the first to say, hey, yeah, he followed this reading, but he didn't follow this other reading.
They just don't seem to regard that question, and I find that to be one of the more difficult to handle facts about the King James only debate, because I went to the Museum of the Bible and I went to that really dramatic room where they have all these books on the shelves. They have all these Bibles from different languages on the shelves, and they have clear plastic, acrylic books lining the shelves for any languages of the world that don't have a Bible translation. And the clear plastic just, overwhelms the number of books in there. And I just thought, this is what King James onlyism is saying. They're saying one of these languages got the perfect translation.
Right.
No. Well, Hyper King James would say, it's only English. You shouldn't go into any other language. Where Mark Ward's sort of confusing a whole bunch of that, those issues. But King James people are prolific. TR people are prolific in sponsoring and working on Bible translation material. I'm doing it. Cloud's doing it. Waite was doing it. Gomez, Phil Stringer, like, who's not doing it? But it's easier to find people who are doing it than who aren't doing it. And like the whole William Carey Bible Society was designed for foreign language, okay? But so what he's saying now is he's conflating two issues, and he's saying, okay, well, where's the other Bible that's exactly like the King James? Well, look at the Gomez Bible. That's been recently done. Mark says he can speak Spanish, so he should go through that and point out where there's issues. But I don't think you'll find them, because people have gone through and they've worked out that in the English and in the Spanish, you can have that type of translational agreement. And what does Bryan call it? He calls it not verbatim identicality, but equivalence. Verbatim equivalence, I think it is, or textual equivalence, where it's pretty much the same word, but it's in a different language, or it's synonymous, this type of thing. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And so Mark's trying to make out that, it's just a special thing that we're trying to be nationalistic because of our English language. Like, we follow the history of Britain and we're interested in that. It's not about that at all. If this had been done in Germany, with all those scholars had that type of brilliance and they were in Germany and did this type of work, I would follow that. And I would be looking at the English Bible trying to match it up to that. So that's what I would do, because the King James is special because it was the first Bible with all the words of God in it, accurately done between two covers because of the new invention of printing that had occurred, 150 years before. So it just took a while for things to get perfected. Now, just because it's in English doesn't make it good or bad. It's just a historical fact that that's where those words ended up. The Bible Society, they were saying go with the Greek, go with the Hebrew, the Masoretic text, the Textus Receptus, but also translate as the King James translators have done, because they saw that it was a superior translation. But Mark Ward's not even in agreement with them. And those guys were following the TR right up until Westcott and Hort text came along and ruined it all. So you got the whole Bible Society, let alone the Trinitarian Bible Society, you got the whole Bible Society following the TR and following the methodologies of the King James translators. And so, Mark's just like, oh, what, one English Bible, that's a bit patriotic, isn't it? He sounds like a woke guy, doesn't he? It's like, oh, these white guys promoted their Bible. You guys are just following some white guy's Bible. What about the brown people over here? Sort of thing. It's like, look, I don't care if they're brown or white or what, Chinese, whatever. It was done somewhere, and I'm in agreement with lots and lots of other people that that's where all the words of God were translated faithfully from the Hebrew, from the Greek, into a language, and that's what I follow.
And either nobody else did, or we don't care enough to even answer the obvious questions that follow. Well, then why wouldn't God give it to other languages? And what about the many
What do you mean?
languages that don't have Scripture? And when you use Scripture to try to say that God's going to give us a perfect Bible translation, which I think is a twisting of Scripture in every instance, like Matthew 5:18, Psalm 12:6 and 7.
The Bible doesn't say we're going to have a perfect Bible translation. The Bible says we will have the words of God, okay? And so it just so happens to be a perfect translation. That's a bonus. We could still just have the words of God and go, okay, well, we're still in the process of translating, getting it done well. But if you are in the craft of translation, surely you would nail it. Yeah, and at the end of the day, if a culture still has a Bible that has errors in it and they haven't been fixed, it's actually up to that culture to work on that. Like you look at the Gomez Bible, why are they doing that? Because they understand these issues and they're going, hang on, we want the most accurate Bible that we can get. And that's what they're working towards. And they're continuously getting to the point where it's like, I think probably, up to 10 years ago, it's like, there you go. I'm pretty sure it's like about 10 years ago, they're like, that's it. And so, but there's nothing wrong with going through and doing that in any language. The English people, they could have just settled with the Bishop's Bible, and that could have been the English Bible. And so, okay, that's it. We would still have the words of God. We would have the words of God in Greek. We would have the words of God in Hebrew. But thank God that people weren't happy with that. King James said, I've never seen a Bible translation done properly at the Hampton Court. And he'd already had meetings, because he was the King of Scotland, in Scotland to do a new Bible translation. This is already something in his mind and in his heart. So then he's worked on it. And a lot of the money that Elizabeth had gained, probably through piracy and robbing Spanish vessels, but he used a lot of that to do this translation. And thankfully, it's here with us today. It's accurate. I don't care if it's in French. I don't care if it's in German. I don't care what language it's in, as long as the words are accurate and the words are perfect. And thankfully, in the King James, we have the final edition of the Textus Receptus. We have all the words in English there for us. And this is a model that the Bible Society, British and Foreign Bible Society, used to use. If I went back in time 200 years and I was there in the Bible Societies, they would just see that what I'm saying is what they're saying. But now we're all heretics. Now, those people in the first 80 years, 100 years of the Bible Societies are all heretics, according to Mark, and Bible idolaters, because they were trying to match up these foreign Bibles to the King James.
7, When you do that, why doesn't that apply to other languages? The biggest answer I get is, well, God knew that English would be the lingua franca of the world. I just find that to be God respecting persons in a way that my Bible tells me he won't. And I compare it to the bodily assumption of Mary. If my Bible told me Mary was going to be born without original sin, I pass Immaculate Conception Catholic Church on my way to drop my kids off at their little Protestant Christian school every day. Immaculate Conception is Mary was born without original sin.
Right.
Her bodily assumption is another dogma.
Kept Pure in All Ages says, I sure hope my retirement lasts longer than 36 days. Yeah, Mark Ward's just, well, I guess he's not doing it on his channel. So he's like a rabid, pit bull terrier. He's used to just mauling people, and he's just chewing at the bit. And as soon as his first opportunities come on board, he's like, rawr, just spewing forth the hate and the filth.
The Catholic Church, I could totally believe those things if my Bible said it. If Hezekiah 45:6 said those things, and I would believe it. But it's not there, and I refuse to believe things. I refuse to take as dogma, as doctrine, something that the Church proclaims.
Right.
Interviewer, do KJV onlyists brush their teeth? Ward, it's doubtful.
I think that is exactly what's happening with King James onlyism. They've taken a tradition, an idea that has a lot of cachet with people, and they baptized it and literally put it as the first thing in their doctrinal statements. And they are arrogating to themselves an authority that they don't possess, and they're dividing the church over it.
Is there I've noticed that in King James only.
I was just thinking, Jeff Riddle, he was a missionary in Hungary for a while too. These guys are just Anglos, they're just, all they know is English. They don't know any of the original languages. They don't know any foreign languages. They don't know anything.
Either online or in person, that along with King James onlyism, even also comes with it an extreme fundamentalism on the one hand, or free grace theology on the other hand. Are those somehow connected? Is that just a fluke? Or are those two things, or are those things connected to KJV?
Okay, so Christian says, I am TR only, and I read both Greek and French, and I have never lived nor visited a French area. Mark is quite slanderous. So that would be an interesting thing. You who are in the chat, if you're multilingual, or if you know the Greek or you know the Hebrew language, let me know. Let me know you think. I'm trying to catch up with the comments. I'm about half an hour behind, so I know I'm trying to click through them, but let them stay up there so people can read them. But that's really interesting. So let us know your linguistic skills.
I have much less experience with the free grace.
So Matt Singleton's in the house. Hey, Matt. And he says, even Chick is constantly promoting foreign language Bibles and gospel tracts. It's so true. Anyway.
King James onlyists.
Okay.
I have not observed the same thing. I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah. I assume you're right. And maybe that's...
So Sort of the Truth says, my wife is King James only, and she's fluent in Aramaic and English. Doesn't apply to her, Mark. Well, my wife speaks Urdu fluently, Hindi fluently, Punjabi fluently, and she can read Arabic. She's amazing. I'll be looking at the Walton's polyglot, and I'm there seeing a whole bunch of Arabic things. I'm trying to work out a word, and I'm like, baby, come and tell me what this means. She reads the Arabic and goes, oh, that means like heaven. I'm like, oh, how do you know this? She's like, oh, I learned it in school. We had to learn Arabic, It's like...
to do with your personal context. I don't know.
Absolutely.
But she could probably run rings around Mark Ward. I
can say more broadly, however, I expect extreme views to kind of get together and have a party. I think people who are attracted to the King James only movement are often attracted by the feeling of superiority that it gives to know the truth when everybody else around you is a dupe or a devil.
Listen to that.
The feeling of superiority that it gives to know the truth when everybody else around you is a dupe or a devil. By the feeling of superiority that it gives to know the truth when everybody else around you is a dupe or a devil. To the King James only movement are often attracted by the feeling of superiority that it gives to know the truth when everybody else around you is a dupe or a devil. And, you know, I don't want to look at any individual King James onlyist, certainly not the ones that loved me and shaped me in high school, and say, that's true of you. I don't know that. That's between them and God. But as a movement, as a whole,
like all Americans are like this, all Australians are, you know, all black people are like this, all Asians are like white people, you know, why are you doing that? Stop pigeonholing. Stop this obsession with calling people names and putting them into these broad categories. Stop doing that.
When I judge by the way they talk online and the disrespect they show, not just to me, but to many other people who I know a lot more.
So notice it's just everyone broadly, and then they're showing disrespect. We're not respecting Mark, as you know, he wants to be viewed as like, you know, David Crystal of the English language, and you know, speaking in his funny British accent, and we're all supposed to like this and like what he says about words and all this sort of stuff. And we're like, we think it's silly, and we don't agree with your conclusions. We think you're actually a salesman, you know, for Logos, and we don't agree with you. And he's just like, this is disrespect. Sure, some people get on there and say rude things. I get people in the chat just coming along saying, hey, you're an idiot, you're a moron, you're this, and it's like, okay, that's just one idiot. You're bound to get one idiot. I mean, in every 12 disciples even, you get a Judas. You always get someone who's going to be full on with you. But at the end of the day, you can't slander everyone. You can't put everyone in the same box.
More about Greek and Hebrew than they do.
Yes.
There seems to be this delight that I associate with anti-intellectualism in putting down those stupid eggheads out there who think they're so smart.
Listen.
There seems to be this delight that I associate with anti-intellectualism in putting down those stupid eggheads out there who think they're so smart. There seems to be this delight that I associate with anti-intellectualism in putting down those stupid eggheads out there who think they're so smart.
So it's just, we're just anti-intellectuals. So he's an intellectual, you're not. None of the people in King James onlyism are intellectual, or else they wouldn't be part of it. And we get this just delight of like, hey, these stupid eggheads, we're coming against them. It's not about you being an egghead, Mark. It's about you being wrong. Plenty of Jehovah's Witnesses are intelligent people. They're reading lots of material. Watchtower, Seventh-day Adventists, they're reading Ellen G. White's books. They're reading health books and all the rest of it. I know these people personally. I'm talking to them. They're smart people, but they're just wrong. When I run into a Jehovah's Witness, I'm not going to treat them like they're just dummies. But he's sort of making out that we, you know, no one knows languages. No one knows the Greek and Hebrew. And now it's just like we just sort of jump for glee in our spirits to you know, tease the intellectual class, like we're just a bunch of British peasants throwing rocks at the royalty or something. It's like, on one side, he's putting himself up on this pedestal as this intellectual, which is ridiculous. Like there's just so many other people who I would, even just on the critical text side, who I would say no heaps more than Mark, you know. But then on the other side, he's looking down on us and being like, you know, it reminds me of someone who's a rock star or something, you know, just like, oh, my fans, you know, or just someone who's part of the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, you know, like, oh, I've got these servants. Oh, those peasants are back. Oh, what do they know? You know, just grouping everyone together. Oh, all those people outside are just rabble-rousing losers, you know. But he has to, you know, say it in nice ways. Let's listen to that again.
And I'm in this a lot. They show not just to me, but to many other people who I know a lot more about Greek and Hebrew than they do.
Yes.
Many other people
I've got to go back.
often attracted by the feeling of superiority that it gives to know the truth when everybody else around you is a dupe or a devil. And, you know, I don't want to look at any individual King James onlyist, certainly not the ones that loved me and shaped me in high school, and say, that's true of you. I don't know that. That's between them and God. But as a movement, as a whole, when I judge by the way they talk online and the disrespect they show, not just to me, but to many other people who I know a lot more about Greek and Hebrew than they do.
Yes.
There seems to be this delight that I associate with anti-intellectualism in putting down those stupid eggheads out there who think they're so smart. And I'm speaking pretty bluntly here. You know, I said I try.
Yeah, and he knows it. He's, I forgot that we're live on your show. Usually I would say this stuff in a video and cut it out, but you know, I know this is live, but you know, and Mark Ward's, I guess, like, what have I got to lose now? I'm just going to say whatever I want.
Online, and the disrespect they show, not just to me, but to many other people who I know a lot more about Greek and Hebrew than they do.
So he's like, I've got friends who know Greek and Hebrew. Okay, Mark, well, debate. I could set up a debate with it. I could pick 20 people just off the top of my head who know the original languages way better than you. And half the time as well, when we're looking at people who know the Eugene Nida type of definition of terms when it comes to Bible translation. I mean, I tried to get into that Eugene Nida mess with Logos back in like 2003. It was just utter confusion. Eugene Nida is he's just a poison in the Bible translation arena.
Yes.
There seems to be this delight that I associate with anti-intellectualism in putting down those stupid eggheads out there who think they're so smart. And I'm speaking pretty bluntly here. You know, I said I try to be gracious. I've got to speak truth here. This is what I've seen over and over again. There are many exceptions. There are many people who speak humbly and respectfully to me.
Notice that there are many. He's just broad brushed everyone, but then he's like, actually, I forgot we're live here. I thought I was just talking to one of my friends on the phone. There are other people out there who are the opposite, and in fact, many people. So the vast majority of people, this doesn't even apply to them. It's only just a few weirdos here and there. He can get 1,000 comments on a YouTube video, but if one guy says something that's wrong, King James onlyism is just toxic, and they don't know any languages. And I deal with these, but why don't you talk to people who do know the languages, Mark? Why don't you deal with people who do Bible translation? Because there are plenty of people who are KJV people who are not on YouTube, they're not on Facebook, but they are out there doing Bible translation work. So you can deal with them as well.
As Christians from the King James only world. But broadly speaking, there's a lot of that out there. And I think that is one of the attractions, maybe especially for men,
yes,
who feel weak. And they
it's like you're driving around in a big, Ram truck or something, that's worth $150,000, and you're just guzzling gas and you're putting the pedal to the metal, and it's like people are like, well, what's he compensating for? We're just King James only because we're weak. Like, notice, like, Mark's so toxic. He's saying we're weak. That's why we read the King James. Not we've studied these things. We've come to an intellectual position where we think that we have better answers, and we think the whole thing with Westcott and Hort and Unitarians is just weird. It's strange. Carlo Martini. We don't want to read the stuff from Roman Catholics or Bart Ehrman influence on anything, or Metzger or anything like that. We just want to stick with the King James, like my grandpa did, and like great like Abraham Lincoln had. We just want to stick with that one. No. You're compensating, you little boy. when next time you go to the bathroom, guys, just look down and realize that that's why you're a King James onlyist, because you don't have the goods. But that's what he's saying. What else is he saying here? Let's listen. We'll go.
They want to get back at the strong. I see that in areas far outside of King James onlyism, and I would expect that kind of character to be attracted to other viewpoints which offer the same intellectual or moral superiority through some kind of conspiracy theory.
Hey, he had to mention conspiracy theory at the end. He's like, I'm looking for words here. They're not coming, but I know these King James guys are compensating because they're not real men.
Maybe especially for men.
Okay.
As Christians from the King James only world. But broadly speaking, there's a lot of that out there. And I think that is one of the attractions, maybe especially for men.
Yes.
That is one of the attractions, maybe especially for men.
Yes.
And I think that is one of the attractions, maybe especially for men.
Oh my! Oh, this is just no wonder I was so mad when I listened to it, because I listened to this all the way through, and it was just like, now I'm listening to it and stopping on bits and having a bit of a laugh with other people, but it's like, hey, you guys are compensating. I walk around, my King James Bible is bigger than yours. What a load of, what a slanderer. And see, this is the thing. People are going, hey, Mark Ward, you're effeminate, blah, 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 and saying all this stuff, which I don't necessarily think needs to be said or anything like that. But if people think that, okay, they're saying that. Some people might say, hey, Nick, you're this and that. Australians are idiots. And I'm like, okay, I'll think whatever you want. But at the end of the day, this type of bitterness and venom is right here. He has let this get on his spirit. And so these are the things that have hurt him. People saying, you're not a real man, Mark. You need to, you're too feminine and all this sort of stuff. And I can picture him trying to sleep and all this is going through his mind. So he actually thinks this type of insult is going to hurt other people. So usually if someone teases you with something, like they say something really gnarly to you, it's because they've experienced that as well. So just say there's another short guy and someone's like, hey, shorty, blah blah blah, and they might get offended and get into a fight or something. It's because they know how hurtful that is to them. When you're being called names. Now if it's water off a duck's back, you're like, whatever, it means it doesn't hurt you, it's not affecting you. So obviously these things that are being said, because Mark keeps bringing it up, they call me names, they're calling me this, they're calling me that, and I don't necessarily think that that's necessary. I want to just deal with the data, but I also want to deal with how Mark is slandering us as well. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not just going to call, I'm not just going to say, hey, Mark, you're this, you're that. But he does have this persona. And what can happen with this persona is, hey, I'm Mark Ward, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And people see that as feminine in certain parts of the world. People would say I'm feminine in Australia in certain things, because I think people who are actually trying to be overly masculine are usually insecure in their masculinity. Like when you go to Papua New Guinea, this sorts out the boys from the men, and you see two massive guys who could just crush you like a grape. They play football like proper rugby with no helmet, nothing, and they're just slamming each other into the dirt. And they'll walk home from that rugby game with their arm around each other, and some of them holding hands. They're not sexually attracted to each other. They're best friends. And that's what used to happen in England and America and Australia. We used to be really friendly. You see earlier pictures before, the whole, revolution of sexuality. People are oftentimes just, with their friends, with their mates, with football clubs and all that sort of stuff. And it was very healthy. And now it's like, there's something wrong with you. But Mark's basically saying that we are overcompensating. So, that's why I walk around the church with a big King James, because it's like, it's like having a Ram truck or a Corvette or something. We're just compensating.
Yes.
Who feel weak and they want to get back at the strong. I who feel weak and they want to get back at the strong.
We feel weak. Do you feel weak, guys? Did you wake up this morning and go, well, I'm just this horrible King James onlyist. I'm gonna get Mark Ward back. I'm gonna explode on him.
I see that in areas far outside of King James onlyism, and I would expect that kind of character to be attracted to other viewpoints which offer the same intellectual or moral superiority through some kind of conspiracy theory.
Well, usually if you're into truth in one area, you're into truth in many areas. See, I don't know what Mark would think about mandates, masks, because he probably doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to turn around and say, I think this is right and this is wrong. Obviously with, the average Christian thing, I don't like abortion and I don't like this and that. Yeah. But when it comes to making a stand on something or saying an opinion that upsets people or is against Logos, Bible software, I've noticed he creeps in a little bit of anti-Catholic stuff every now and then. Like, see, I'm always against it's like the Assumption of Mary, sort of thing. But he's likening King James only to the Assumption of Mary. I should have stopped there, but it's like, this video would go on for like 15 hours. But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, as you describe them, I keep coming back to 2 Timothy 2:24. The Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but kind to everyone.
Okay, so what scripture was that? Because oftentimes you read it in a new version and there's usually just one or two things that make it so, you just got to be lovely with everyone. But was Jesus lovely with the Pharisees and the scribes and those who were liars and hypocrites and two-faced? No.
Yeah, as you describe them, I keep coming back to 2 Timothy 2:24. The Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but kind to everyone, able to teach, patiently enduring evil, correcting his opponents with gentleness.
Right.
It's unfortunate that here they are saying, we have the word, we have the correct translation of the Bible, and yet this is how they treat. There's not a profound humility.
So it's just taking a little bit to load up. I'll turn some things off. Okay, so I'm going to continue this this video probably until the end. So it looks like it's going to blow out to like 5 hours or whatever. But I'm actually going to take a quick bathroom break. So I'm going to put my timer on here. I think it's like 3 minutes. I'll go and have a glass of water. I might even make a quick coffee and I'll come back. But just I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I am back. And so let's continue with this video. So now I can relax. I felt like I was going to have to shut the program down and quickly, but we can go as long as we want. So
that I am so blown away that the God of the universe would allow me to have the only translation that's his word, like all of that. It's the exact opposite of that.
So King James people are not saying that the King James is the only translation. There are identical translations that have the same equivalence. Just like I was saying about the Gomez Bible in Spanish, it has verbal equivalence. And these guys are trying to make out that we just think it's King James or absolutely nothing. If you're in France, like that was another thing. Gail Ripplinger. Now, I've been an outspoken critic of Gail Ripplinger for a long time. And if you've been following the webpage or the videos of Joseph Armstrong, he's recently had, showed a bit of Gail Ripplinger's material that he thinks is wrong, and she's just lost it at him. And so there's a bit of a contention happening there. But I mean, I read one of Gail Ripplinger's books back in like 99, I think it was. No, it was a little bit after that, but it's a 99 book, and it was about built-in dictionaries and stuff. And I was like, this doesn't work. I tried it. I set apart some things and went, that doesn't work. And so there were certain things I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. But I realized D.A. Waite, Kirk DeVitro, many people in the King James movement had, the Textus Receptus mostly movement, they had written against Gail Ripplinger, David Cloud as well. And so I went through all their material and just sort of dropped her like a hot potato. But Gail Ripplinger, French Bible. I'll try and find this information. So, French portal. Okay, so it's on mine. So this lady has been helped by Gail Ripplinger in a French Bible. Now, she had it online as a PDF. I actually contacted her and said, hey, can I put all of the whole entire French Bible into my website? And she felt like I was just like an enemy. Like, who's this guy? And, is he going to try and copyright it? And I was like, look, I've got heaps of stuff on my website. But it was different. But here we have King James Francois Enet Nouveau Testament edition 2022. Okay. So they got the whole thing in PDF. And who helped with this was Gail Ripplinger. Sorry about that. It's probably not good to load up a whole PDF of the Bible while I've got flimsy bandwidth. So I'm going to shut some of these pages down. But I just thought I'd show you another example of someone who has, who I don't know, can Gail speak French? I'm not sure. But she's helping with a French Bible. She's helping a French person do a Bible. So this whole thing of like, oh, they think it's only in English and that's it. It's like, well, people are working toward having Bibles in all languages. It's very rare you get someone who is a King James onlyist, and in the most extreme sense of that term, who is like, it's all in English and that's it. So 2 Timothy 2:24 says in the King James, the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle to all men. But be gentle toward all, able to sorry, that's the wrong version. I'll just get that expanded. Okay, 24. So it says in context, but foolish and unlearned questions avoid, knowing that they do gender strifes, and the servant of the Lord must not strive. So when it's like foolish and unlearned questions, just go whatever. But be gentle to all men, apt to teach, patient, in meekness, instructing those who oppose themselves. Like, meekness is not the same as gentleness. Meekness is power under control. Like, Jesus was meek, but he could have just turned around and just said, okay, all you guys die, and they would just instantly die. You know, he could have summoned 12 legions of angels and it would have happened, but he didn't, because he was meek. He had power under control. So these Bibles, it seems like it's in verse 25, because half the time, if I hear something quoted from a modern Bible, all I have to do is just look it up, and it's like, that's different. And usually it's to do with these type of things of separation and behavior, because then they're like, you're not behaving like my Bible says. It's like, well, our Bible says something that's a little bit different. So it says, in meekness, instructing those who oppose themselves, where the modern Bibles say in gentleness. There's a bit of a difference there, isn't there? Meekness and gentleness. Are they synonymous? Anyway, well, I just thought I'd look that up because he mentioned that. I don't want to do a whole Bible study on it, but the previous verse is saying the servant of the Lord must not strive, but it says don't strive with these people if they ask stupid questions. And it says a servant of the Lord must not strive. So if someone's like, hey, what about flat earth? It's like, whatever. Don't strive, but be gentle to all men. Okay, that's fine. You can be nice to people. Apt to teach, patient. In meekness, instructing those who oppose themselves. And so those who are basically causing themselves to be an enemy of the truth, you can instruct them. If God peradventure will give them repentance to the acknowledgement of the truth. But, I don't know, Mark Ward just seems to think that we are hostile towards him. I mean, all you have to do is, with these verses, look at Matthew 23 and how Jesus dealt with the scribes and Pharisees. That is proper Christian behavior. Jesus is our ultimate example of how we are to behave, okay? He didn't slip out into the flesh and just start going off. He was completely 100% in the spirit. He's God in the flesh. And he is our example. I mean, when you get Peter rebuking Ananias and Sapphira, when you get Paul rebuking a man and saying, you'll be blind for a season, this is that type of meekness, power under control. But it is, that's like a Matthew 23 thing. And these guys see that as, oh, no, you're not being charitable, you're not being gentle and all this sort of stuff. Where, to me, that's like when I read these modern Bibles, I just get this limp-wristed type of sissiness to them. It's sort of making everything so you don't disturb people, tread on eggshells. I tread on eggshells around vegans. It really upsets them.
Right.
It's core. It's what you're describing.
That is a really, I'm going to use this word, damning indictment of the movement as a whole. I think there are people there who are humble, godly people in the King James only world. And I knew them. I know them personally.
That's right.
As a movement, however, I think you've accurately described a lot of it. And it really scares me, really fills me with dread to think of people maybe who are going to say, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out many NIVs in your name?
That's right.
Oh my. Okay, so I don't want to just look at the hilariousness of that. I understand there are people out there who make the Bible version issue the main issue, in a sense where they're not doing it for the furtherance of God and truth. They're just doing it because it's like, I'm right, you're wrong, and they have a bad spirit. Some people can do good stuff and they're not saved. Okay, But I mean, you know, he's sort of relating it to everyone.
And he'll say, I never knew you. It's.
Let's rewind that. That's fascinating.
I'm going to use this word damning indictment of the movement as a whole. I think there are people there who are humble, godly people in the King James only world. And I knew them. I know them personally.
That's right.
As a movement, however, I think you've accurately described a lot of it. And
as a movement, listen to this. So he thinks we're going to hell.
It really scares me, really fills me with dread to think of people maybe who are going to say, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out many NIVs in your name?
That's right.
And he'll say, I never knew you. It's so sad to me. And one of the reasons I got out of the debate, you know, by the way, this might be my last interview about this particular debate.
Really?
Why? Because you can tell he is so toxic. He is filled to the brim with toxicity. He's saying now, if you get rid of the NIV, you're going to be there. Most people in this movement are going to be there saying, Lord, Lord, didn't I cast out NIVs in your name? And he's really saying this. It's he's not just saying it like a bit of fun. He's going, and it makes me really scared. Listen to what he's saying. Like I can't believe what he's saying. I'm shocked. I mean, this is like Trump saying we're going into Gaza. You know what I mean? It's like, did he just say that? You know, I'm like, Mark Ward just said this. I'm like, this is it's full on.
Described a lot of it. People there who are humble, godly people in the King James only world. And I knew them. I know them personally.
That's right.
As a movement, however, I think you've accurately described a lot of it. And it really scares me, really fills me with dread to think of people maybe who are going to say, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out many NIVs in your name?
That's right.
And he'll say, I never knew you. It's so sad to me. And
so it fills him with dread. Like he's worried. These people are going to go to hell, but they're casting out NIVs.
One of the reasons I got out of the debate, you know, by the way, this might be my last interview about this particular debate.
Really?
Yeah, because I actually stopped December 31st on my channel talking about this. I was willing to take this interview, and I may take more because I have some books coming out that are relevant to the topic. But I found it to be actually a spiritual burden on me to watch so many professing Christians sin so flagrantly. Okay,
so we're all in the same group, but no, there's some people there who are nice, you know. But, you know, I'm seeing so many Christians sin so flagrantly, and it's like he can't decide, you know what I mean? Why doesn't he separate everyone and go, yeah, well, there's obviously I'm not talking about those good people, but then he brings it back to like, yeah, this movement as a whole, with Stephen Anderson there, and you know, Ruckman there, and King James guys here, and people who can't read the languages there, and he's just throwing us all into the same basket. But then he's like, oh, I'm not talking about everyone, you know, don't get me wrong. So he's just speaking out of both sides of his mouth. This is just pure slander.
And I always have to say there are people who are not doing that in the King James only world, but there are a lot of people who are.
Because he even takes offense, like at people like Bryan Ross, and he just called Bryan Ross a coward. Like Bryan Ross was like, you know, I was reading it. Someone mentioned on a post on the Textus Receptus Academy from 2022, and it had Bryan Ross saying, "Hey, I've been invited by the Textual Confidence Collective to share my views and things with Timothy Berg and with Mark Ward, and we're talking about this and that." And Bryan Ross is like, "Well, this is interesting. These guys are actually interested in what I've got to say." But then they threw him under the bus for no reason and called him a coward. And it was like, huh? So even if you are the nicest guy, I mean, you can cross every box. You can tick every box, sorry, and you will still be seen as just a dog in these guys' eyes. as the swine that they don't want to cast their pearls before, as just a rabble rouser, deceived heretic who's idolizing the Bible. And so they're always going to look at you like that. They're looking at you like you're scum, and it eventually comes out, oh, he's a coward. They call Bryan Ross a coward. And he was ticking all the boxes. So what that showed me, it doesn't matter how nice you are to these guys, they're going to throw you under the bus anyway. Chris Yetzer, he was really good, nice, and just sticking to the topic, thrown under the bus. So basically, they just demonize everyone anyway, as just like, these guys are all toxic. I can't bear them. I have to block them. I block someone who's really toxic and psycho and all the rest of it. But Mark Ward just blocks them if they're just against his opinion, or they're just saying, sorry, Mark, you said the wrong thing here. So that's toxic. He's just a perpetual victim. Really, I've dealt with these people. I've dealt with Ruckmanites. I've dealt with the Andersonites. It's, people can get pretty riled up, but it's, you can't just put everyone in that same group. There are plenty of people who just are in disagreement with you. You're taking it personally. Oh, they don't like me. Well, if you take it all personally, then they won't like you. It's sort of like a self-fulfilling thing.
And it got to be almost like I needed a theodicy. How can I explain? The problem of evil hits different people different ways. It hits my friend that I went to church with for a while because he had to drag the dead bodies of children out of a mudslide. How could God allow this? Yeah. That didn't happen to me. What has happened to me is a lot of professing Christians sinning so flagrantly with their mouths and, with their fingers typing, yes, especially, that I'm like, God, how could you allow this? Or for me,
he sees it like his friend pulling dead children out of a mudslide. The things that have been said to him. So he's just like so shocked. So this, and I said this in the previous video, I get shocked at how soft Christians are, especially people who've grown up in church. And this is something that I'm just saying this from an outsider perspective. Grew up an atheist, a bit rough around the edges, and you come into church and the cotton wool around people. And I'm not saying you shouldn't put cotton wool around people. You've got to protect people. But you've also got to let people be offended. Most of the time, if you go out evangelizing, you get over yourself pretty quickly, because people will just say, hey, you going? Yeah, blip, 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 and just swear at you and call you all these names. And the first thing you want to do is you want to punch them in the head. And you're like, I can't do that. So after a while, it doesn't bother you anymore. And you get over that in like a month. And then after a while, people are saying that, and you're like, you can actually turn around and joke with them about it and have fun and turn that around, so they'll come back and want to argue with you, and you turn it to the gospel. And I think Mark needs to go out and do some street preaching. Like when I was in Washington, there was actually a guy with a microphone just sitting there going, you guys are all going to hell. You're all going to hell. And this was in Washington, D.C. And I was like, man, this guy's just off the wall. He looked like homeless or something. And he had a microphone and an amp, and he was preaching. And I was thinking, man, what a place for the gospel. Like, because that's allowed in America to preach on any corner. Like, imagine Mark just down there preaching and just sticking with the basics of the gospel and ministering to people. And that would cut away all this victimhood. So, look, if Mark Ward watches this video, just remember this, what you need to do. This would be my advice for Mark. Just go out street preaching. Like, just go into a town where no one knows you. It doesn't have to be Washington, D.C. Go get a bus down to North Carolina or something. Go to Charlotte. Just go to where there's a lot of people with a microphone and say, hi, guys, the Bible says God so loved the world, he gave his only son. You'll get people coming up and calling you names and swearing at you, people patting you on the back and thinking you're great. But Mark needs to get over all this stuff. This is new believer. Oh, they teased me sort of thing. You got to get over that. And the whole thing of worrying about what a particular group of people who you've purposely come in and attacked. Like I've purposely gone and attacked the new IFB guys on their eschatology. I expect Tommy McMurtry to say I'm like a flat earther. I expect that. I expect Donny Budinski and Praise I Am to say all sorts of rubbish about me, and whenever I tune into the Praise I Am show, he just does, fart noises. Yeah, like this guy's just a nothing fart, and it's like, okay, but you got to wear it. You can't make it your victim thing. Yes, it's annoying, and it's like, man, I just want to get back at these people. I'm going to prove them wrong, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it's like you can't allow that bitterness to get on you or in you. You can tell Mark Ward's got it right up to here because it's just he's spewing forth this bitterness. And he's clearly saying that this is as offensive to him. And this is something someone's written on the keyboard. Who knows? There might be some guy with 10 different YouTube channels who is just trolling Mark and knows this upsets him and doesn't like Mark and is just saying all this stuff, and Mark's like all worked up, and it's just a nobody. Some of the people who he's talked about, I've investigated, gone to his YouTube, looked at who was saying it, and they've got 1 subscriber. And it's like, and their account was recent. It's like, Mark, who are you up? You're upset with ghosts sometimes. But then people in the chat will just say, I think Mark's gay. I think he's a homo. Because they know it gets to you. They're not saying that to me. You know what I mean? When they say it, it's like, okay, I'm not like, well, you got to get over that. You got to harden up a little bit. Because it's not as bad as pulling out dead kids out of a mudslide.
It was even harder to see. There are some brilliant people in the King James only world. Mm-hmm. People that, you've had this sense before. You run into someone, you think, as for sheer intellectual firepower, they exceed me.
Yeah.
And yet they've fallen prey to this conspiracy theory. How could that be? I found that to be really difficult to deal with. I don't know if anybody else out there understands it, but it's kind of like watching somebody that you love and that has real knowledge of the Bible fade off to the left and go into mainline Protestantism and then maybe into unbelief. Right. It's just going the opposite direction. They're going to the right and falling down that slippery slope.
Yes.
That was hard for me to watch with people that I loved and had some reason to respect.
So what saddens me is that Christians who have the truth acting like you said, superior, I'm above everybody. That's what we've experienced. Is one guy in particular who, because he has the truth of the King James, he can sin flagrantly. He can mistreat his wife.
Wow.
He can speak against.
I guess this is Anderson. We've got to be Andersonites now. I mean, I could probably do every second video against Anderson, but I would still be an Andersonite. This is the slander that these guys do. I mean, who's this guy? I'm sure I can find some people who read the Bible that maybe he's reading an ESV. I mean, who else is reading it? Was that pastor who fell, the Calvinist guy, Lawson or something? Wasn't he an ESV guy? I guess this guy's a pervert. Yeah, that's the type of thing that they're trying to say. You know what I mean? Trying to just put us together because of the Bible we read. These guys are just sucked into the sales literature of the new Bibles. And the new Bible's like, buy our new Bible. And we're like, nah, not interested. They're like, you're in a cult. You're heretics. You're just calling us all sorts of slanderous names. And these guys are just believing that and parroting it.
The pastors of the church that he's a member of, all because he has the King James Version and everybody else is wrong.
Right.
And it just, the disconnect there is so obvious. Right. And yet he's so deceived that he can't see it.
And what King James onlyists will say is that's an outlier. Don't judge the one.
Sure.
Don't judge all the good apples by the one bad apple. And there's truth there, because you got to know that most King James only people and most King James congregations are not spending all their time doing that sort of thing. Most of them.
So why are you slandering us then? How come you just went, most of them don't know any language. Most of them don't know Greek and Hebrew. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, most people are actually good people. What's that? Why are you speaking out of both sides of your mouth? Why are you speaking, fresh water and salt water? That's what you're doing out of your mouth. 1 minute you're saying it's all the whole movement as a whole. They just want to throw rocks at us. They just think we're the intellectual eggheads, and that they're compensating for their manhood. They've got the King James Bible because they're not real men. I guess they're not having enough testosterone, and they're like, I've got the King James. And why are you saying all that and then turning around and saying, oh, well, the vast majority of people aren't into that, and they're nice people? You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Them are just going to church and going along with what the pastor says and trying to serve the Lord, trying to read their Bibles. I think we don't really hear from those people. But I am encouraged to say that there are King James only leaders out there who I know have God's Spirit and love God's Word.
There are people out there who read the King James who actually have the Holy Spirit. Boom. You know what I mean? If I said that about the people who read the ESV, I know there's some people out there who read the ESV who actually know Jesus. It's, why are you saying this type of, psychotic rhetoric? Why are you so making out that it's a rare thing that someone who uses the King James will have the Holy Spirit? Listen to this again.
As in trying to serve the Lord, trying to read their Bibles. I think we don't really hear from those people. But I am encouraged to say that there are King James only leaders out there who I know have God's Spirit and love God's Word and love the brethren, and they do push back against that kind of behavior. I don't think they push back hard enough, but
why do I have to push back on anyone? Where is Mark Ward pushing back on Sam Shamoon? He's a Trinitarian. Does he have to look after, like the Gillette ad, all men are, secretly rapists, that. And so the Gillette ad was, the guys walking down the street and someone's like, hey, look at her. And the guy's like, oh, yeah. Well, he should really go, no, don't look at her like that. Because we're to stop these rapists and horrible perverts and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? And lots of people were like, Gillette, and they boycotted Gillette. I still don't buy their razors. I think their ad was ridiculous, specifically since, only a few years before they were advertising at like NASCAR with all the bikini girls. It was like, you guys are, you got bikini girls everywhere. Then all of a sudden you're morally superior and all this sort of stuff. And so, Mark Ward is doing exactly the same thing. Like if there's someone like Steven Anderson out there, we have the moral responsibility as part of the same grouping of people, because I just use the same Bible, which is the English standard. Everyone's using this in Australia, England. Like 100 years ago, everyone's using it. But now it's like we're all part of some specific, we're all modified into this one little bubble, and we've all got to keep each other accountable. It's like, hey, Steven Anderson, stop doing that to your wife. Just because you're a King James only doesn't mean you have to do that. I'm affected by this too, Hey, Ruckman, stop being a racist. And see, even if you do that, I do that. I've fallen into this thing and believing that if I actually expose the lies of Anderson and Ruckman and these other people, then people will go, well, Nick Sayers is doing this. There's plenty of people who have done that. D.A. Waite's done that. David Cloud's written heaps against Ripplinger and Ruckman and all these other people. But then Mark Ward will come along and go, they're all King James onlyists. They're all the same. And they all the people who are not doing that bad behavior, they're still accountable. They're still accountable for these horrible people who just want to, they're like the Gillette ad. Everyone's deep down a racist or a rapist, I should say. And they, the men should be pulling up the other men and saying, hey, don't do that. She's a precious woman or whatever. It's like, no, the perverts need to bear their own sin. Why should I be accountable for Ruckman? Because he reads the same Bible? This is ridiculous. This is how unhinged the critical text narrative is. It's so unhinged. And the groupthink, the putting everyone together into some group, pigeonholing them, and then demonizing them. This is just an obsession with these guys because it's the only way they can win. They just keep saying King James only, King James only, just keep repeating it over and over. And then you're like, hey, I read the King James. Yeah, I've got my Bible here. They're like, you're a King James only. So you and Stephen Anderson are like best friends. It's like, no. You and Peter Ruckman, no. Taylor Riplinger, no. It's like, surely you're part of that group, so you're accountable for them. Why aren't you going and stopping them saying things? I'm sure I could find 50 pastors around America who have been reading modern versions in the last 12 months who have fallen and backslidden and gotten into sexual immorality. Am I to blame Mark Ward for that? Or am I to say Mark Ward needs to be pulling those people up because they have the same Bible? What on earth? This is ridiculous. Like this video is like one of the silliest things I've ever experienced. In the whole time I've been doing videos, this is one of the silliest. I mean, Wes Huff is, he says things out of ignorance, but Mark Ward knows better. But he's just demonizing us all. And we've just become this blob of something that he can go, these people. I mean, people do this when they're dealing with race, all black people, all white people, all Asians, all Americans, all British, all Australian. No, it's much more complex than that. And just because I use a King James Bible, I mean, I've done my own updated edition, but I'm still a King James onlyist. This is one of the things. My website is Textus Receptus. It still is Textus Receptus. But I was just like, you're a King James onlyist. I'm like, no, I'm not. You're a King James. And just get, oftentimes people come on the Textus Receptus Academy. Admit it. Say as you're a King James onlyist. I'm like, okay, well, how many King James onlyists have done their own updated version? You're still a King James only. It's like, it's just part of their slander toward us. It's like, I've been called flat earth heaps lately. I believe in a round earth. And I've been called flat earth by Tommy McMurtry, James Snap Jr. People constantly calling me flat earth and just to slander me. And it's just simply not true. And Mark Ward is constantly saying that we all are part of a cohesive King James only group, and we have to bear the guilt of whatever someone does in that group. You shouldn't have this view towards anyone. You shouldn't have it towards Israeli people. You shouldn't have it towards Palestinian people. You shouldn't have it towards black people or white people or Asian people. Judge people according to what they're personally saying, what's coming out of their mouth. Judge Anderson according to what he's doing. Not because I use the same Bible. That's ridiculous. That's like saying, well, we both, an Amish person going, well, those people who use electricity, they're the same. They're all like this, Those people who use those cars or Tesla drivers, they're all doing the Nazi salute,
They're doing it. They call that, this is the way they say it. They say, I'm King James only, but I'm not King James ugly. And I think that's a step in the right direction. Yeah. More power to you. God bless you, brother. Yes. That's what I'd like to hear more of out there. It is so sad.
It is so sad. Where's the Kleenex?
I am just totally with you. And that's one of the big reasons I did all the work that I did for 5 years. and wrote books and made way too many videos. Don't watch them all. There's just too many of them. I don't make my family watch any of them. I ask my wife to watch a few if I'm a little nervous about a joke, whether it's going to land or not. I ask for her advice. She's really good at that. But that's why I did this, because it is so sad to me that people would sin that way. And then when they sin that way, that vocal minority and sinful, divisive minority is holding hostage other people who have nothing to do with it. So I really care.
No, only in your mind, Mark. Like, I don't go, if Steven Anderson said something, I have to obey it or I have to agree. I just go, well, okay, if he says something that's true, it's true. If he says something that's stupid, it's stupid. If Ruckman said something, he's dead. If Ruckman said something years ago, it's like, okay, well, that's interesting, or that's stupid, or what? You're making out that we've got these leaders, and pretty much the only way that people can become like a King James leader is if they become toxic jerks, because they become the most notable, and then it's like, well, everyone's following this person.
Care about the bus kids that are brought in to King James only churches every single week. They're very, very faithful about that. That's a big part of their church culture. And I did that at my church when I was in college and grad school. I love those kids. And to teach kids memory verses that they can't understand, it just blows my mind, and it makes me so sad. I want to protect those kids, or kids that read Christian textbooks. And I have some personal experience here where one textbook publisher that I wrote a book or two for uses the King James, and I don't think they should. But it's because, in part, there are people out there who insist, we're not going to buy any of your textbooks if you don't use the King James.
Right.
That really boiled my blood.
Well, the issue is probably the verses that they have there. It's like, actually, I have not come to call the righteous, but the sinners to repentance. It's probably carved up and only half the verses there. So they're like, well, let's just stick with the King James because it's got all the words in it. We don't want this mess of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and Westcott and Horton Unitarians and Carlo Martini, the Jesuit guy, and Bruce Metzger and Bart Ehrman. And we don't want all that involved. Let's just, there might be the odd word that's hard here and there, but we'll work through that. We'd rather have all the words of God. We'd rather have like a nicely cooked meal with, maybe it's a little bit confusing that you've got, 3 forks there and 2 knives and different spoons. It's like, we'll teach them how to use that rather than just have McDonald's slop and stuff that's just, I mean, read the updates of the ESV. They're all over the place. And Mark's just done a defense video on this, basically saying it's fine. Everything's good. And it's like, it's not fine. They've basically said for the last 20 years that a woman's desire will be contrary to her husband, and now they've gone with the King James reading. It will be for her husband. Oh, that's ridiculous.
I don't try to righteous anger. I don't want to call much of my anger righteous, but that was one time in my life when I felt the holy zeal of Zelophehad. Right, I'm going to run this King James onlyism through.
That's right.
It's not right. You're withholding God's word from children. Right. I just had to do something. And James White has done good work with his book, but I saw there's a new medium here, YouTube, which James wasn't really using his medium on YouTube for that so much. Right. He's more the textual criticism side. Yeah. And there's this new angle, namely English readability, that really hasn't been explored.
Okay, so he's saying basically he wants to do the same thing as James White, but he just wants to stick to the English readability thing. So it seems like there's sort of like being told or being goaded into, maybe you could focus on that because James White's already focused on this other thing. He's doing the textual stuff. You just stick with the English speaking stuff, but then he's not dealing with this. Why isn't he dealing with this? Even if I'm the most toxic Steven Anderson, Ruckmanite jerk, psycho, idiot, whatever he wants to label me, I've done this. It's real. It's shouldn't Mark Ward go, oh, well, someone's, from the Textus Receptus community, King James community, has done this updated thing. Let's have a read through it and critique it and say whether it's good or bad. But he pretends that is that just doesn't even exist, because he knows that if he actually brings people toward me and that I actually exist, what's going to happen is people are going to start watching videos like this and go, yeah, Mark Ward is actually a bit of a jerk. Mark Ward is actually slandering good people. Just because you picked up a King James doesn't mean you're part of this group. Doesn't mean you're an Andersonite. Doesn't mean you're a this or a that. Why are they obsessed with calling them names? You would just watch a video like this and go, yeah, this Sayers guy from Australia is making a lot of good points. And all I'm doing is stating the obvious. It's not hard to do. It's just let Mark speak for a second, pause it, and go, really? it's easy to poke holes in this.
So I would love to end on your personal testimony, as far as like you saying, I don't even want to talk about this anymore, but I do have 2 more questions. The first one is something that our pastors have heard is 400 years of Christians can't be wrong. And so, a pastor says that to you, hey, how should I respond to this email that I got that said that? What would you say?
Like, these guys aren't even offering an alternative. Like, the alternative is New King James MEV because it's based on the TR, and we're like, well, what about these issues? And we bring up all these legitimate issues, and they're like, well, you guys are just rejecting modern versions. You guys are just, Andersonites, Ruckmanites, or whatever. But what are they actually offering? Like, because ultimately they don't want the New King James or the MEV. They're only just saying that. They want you to jump into the ESV, most probably. But they're not even selling it. And how can you sell the ESV at the moment when they've just updated a whole bunch of stuff toward the King James reading? So when we have been like, hey, this reading of the wife is contrary to her husband is wrong, this is off the wall. And Mark Ward's like, no, all these Bibles are fine, they're all good. And then they change the reading. They're like, what do they do? Because we've been pointing out these dumb, silly, stupid readings in the ESV for a long time. I've been dragged over the coals for some of these readings, and people are like, that's the proper reading. And now they're like, no, the new reading's the proper reading. Which is it?
There's so much more. So I have to know more about this person. I do not agree to engage the battle on the field that anybody chooses, unless we've already established some goodwill and some trust, and I know they'll listen or go back and forth with me rather than just spout talking points. So I've got to know that first. Yep. But if I have some trust with this person and that seems to be an honest question, of course, God only knows, and I try to err on the side of believing someone to be honest. I want to use charity. Yes. But there's a whole lot of things I could say. Is that true of all Christianity? Is that true of the King James translators themselves? They were baby baptizing Anglicans. You're not either of those things. Very few King James onlyists are baby baptizing Anglicans.
I can't believe he's going this route. I think he's actually probably read like Rick Norris or he's reread James White's book, and he's just got this new toxicity. Like, then he's saying all this type of argumentation. The thing is, the vast majority of King James Bible translators were 10 times more orthodox than people like Westcott and Hort, the Unitarian George Van Smith, Carlo Martin, like people who constructed the Nestle Alarm text. But then would I agree with their baptism things? No, I don't agree with it. But I can agree when I see that they've done a superior job than what I could do, or what I think anyone even today could do. I think that these guys, in the fact of their personal testimony, but also their corporate testimony, and joining together to do this Bible translation work, I don't know if that could be done today. And with people who, some people have a lot of skills, but they don't have good theology. These guys had good theology, apart from a few of those things. So I can recognize that as someone who's not Anglican, someone who doesn't believe in pedo baptism and all the rest of it, I can recognize that these guys did a superior job to anyone that I'm looking at Bible versions all the time, looking at readings and going, that's a silly reading. And even these guys in the ESV are admitting, oh, we've had a silly reading for like 20 years, let's update it. Or else they wouldn't have updated it. And I don't trust that those guys have even a quarter of the capabilities of the King James translators. If you put them side by side of any one of them, I would say even the weakest of the King James translators would be better than most of the translators around today. And so I trust that even though I disagree with them on a certain point of theology, that they got the translation methodology correct.
Very much so.
Were they right about that? And then I want to say, where does the Bible tell me that as long as a given tradition has reached 400 years, then it's got to be right? In fact, no, the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says edification requires intelligibility. And if you want to go that route, then what we all ought to be using is the Latin Vulgate. Right. It's not 400 years old. It came from around the year 400.
Right.
And it's been in consistent use all that time. So should we turn to it? And in fact, it's awfully sad to me how often when I read Roman Catholic defenses of the Latin Vulgate from the Protestant Reformation and before it, about a century or two, I hear the King James onlyist arguments. It's the same stuff.
Wow.
They don't realize it, but it is. We're baptizing a tradition.
So there's just no, I mean, if the Muslims say, well, our Quran is just from God and God made it, and so there we go, it has no errors, it's from God. That means that no one can ever say, well, the Bible's from God and contains no errors. You know what I mean? Because some cult says it, because someone who's mistaken copies the Christians and says, well, this is the word of God. This came from God. This has been preserved. This has been inspired, etc. Because some cult says it, we've got to throw all that out. Because someone said something about the Latin Vulgate, or someone said something about the Septuagint at some stage, well, we've got to throw everything out, and we can't just go by what the Bible says about itself.
Those are some of the lanes that I would go down. Yeah. My ultimate aim is probably going to be, though, with a lot of people, I conclude, I'm never going to get them away from their King James. And I don't necessarily want them to be away from it. I just want them to use other translations in modern English as well.
Because of Logos, we've got money to make,
Yeah. And a lot of them have because of my work. They'll tell me, well, I'll use the ESV and the NIV as commentaries. And I think, God bless you. That's a step. I'll take that.
That's great.
But what I'll tell them is, okay, the King James was an excellent translation, but into an English that nobody speaks anymore. If you want to fully understand it, then you're going to need to go through my false friends training. Mm-hmm. And that's as far as I hope to get with a lot of people. If they're actually in your church and they're saying those things, they're almost never going to stick around.
Yeah.
But if they want to stick around and you sense that they'd be willing to, as long as they get to use their King James, that's where I go. Just help them use the King James and not be divisive about it with other believers in the church.
Yeah, amen on that.
So just like you can keep your Bible, but you got to go through my training to understand it. And if you start gloating about it and saying, hey, this is really good, you're a heretic and you're in a cult, and you're off the wall and you've been poisoned. It's like
that last one. Finally, Westcott and Hort, their names always come up in these kinds of things. They're occultists, they're evil, all of that. Is that a line of argument that you even go down with somebody, or do you just try to divert it again to the intelligibility argument? Because they're like the demons in this movement.
Right. 99% of the time, I will not engage that topic because of what I said previous to this. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Use the New King James, the modern English version. If you prefer the Textus Receptus and don't trust anything that was even touched at all by Westcott and Hort, I don't want to argue with that with you because the Bible doesn't address it.
But see, he doesn't know This is something that Mark Ward has no idea about. Okay, he doesn't realize the influence of Westcott and Hort on the New King James. So he's like, oh, it's based upon the TR and all the rest of it. There are words that have been redefined in Westcott and Hort era because there's, Nestle Alarm text says 2,900 less words, 8,000 changes in the text. That's an issue. But one other main issue is the redefinition of terms, like, say, for example, unicorn. Anyone who has been around King James circles for any length of time, it means the rhinoceros unicornus. It's a type of rhinoceros. Whether it was an ancient one or whatever, the King James has a marginal note, or rhinoceros. So they understood that this wasn't like a horse with a thing, This was a type of rhinoceros. But this has changed in the New King James to a wild ox. Now, where did this come from? Well, this type of change started with the Westcott and Hort text. The Westcott and Hort text, that's just one example. There are hundreds and hundreds of examples of words being morphed and changed. And this is a huge problem in the text. And so what happened was the New King James translators, when they were doing theirs, they were using the words of vines, okay? So the definition of vines, many times you'll see that Vine's text would talk about the authorized version, but then say, oh, the RV says this, a revised version. So they were oftentimes going back to a Westcott and Hort definition. And why would they have the AV says this, but the RV says this? That's because many times they're different definitions. So it's not just the missing words and change words, but it's a twisting of words. So say like monogenes, they're like, well, that means unique or one of a kind. No, monodikos means one of a kind or unique. Monogenes means only begotten. If you were to go to the early church and speak to people in Thessaloniki and say, what does monogenes mean? They would say it means only begotten. If you go to Greece today and talk to anyone and say, what does monogenes mean? They'd say only begotten. It hasn't changed definition in 2,000 years. But the only place it has changed is in the corridors of the Anglo-Sanhedrin, who mostly can only just speak English. And they're like, let's turn that to mean unique or one of a kind, to squeeze into John chapter 1, verse 18, the only begotten God there. So they want the only begotten God there, but it sounds heretical, the only begotten God, because it is. And so they go, well, the one and only God, the only God, the unique God. That's what James White keeps saying. It should be translated as unique God. So the New Living Translation, that people are like, don't go with the New Living Translation. Well, that has a unique God. That's what James White says it should be. So you can't just change it in one spot, can you? You've got to change it everywhere. So they're like, let's get the concordance out and let's look at everywhere it says monogenes. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Modern Bibles say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son. They changed that, they redefined that term. And so many times we see this type of redefinition. Now, that's an example. I'm not sure what Westcott and Hort have there. They did mention something in a marginal note because George Vance Smith, the Unitarian who worked with them, he mentions that in his book about doctrines being changed. But, these words are changed. So when you have New King James translators going to the Vines and getting those definitions, they're actually getting definitions from the revised version of Westcott and Hort. So Mark Ward's like, why aren't they going with these TR Bibles? Well, because another issue is redefinition. That's happened. And when you, I don't know, has Mark ever read the New King James? I doubt it. Has he compared that with the King James in every verse? I doubt it. I have. I've read the New King James dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I've got the original New Testament, 1979 New King James here, which is different from the one that's printed today. And so I'm going through that, looking at issues, looking at words, looking at how it's translated. And but anyway, let's just continue.
That's it. The Bible does say edification requires intelligibility. However, if I've gotten that far with somebody and they're willing to listen, A good friend of mine, Tim Berg, who in my mind is like the absolute guru on the King James in the whole world, and is gaining some recognition in that. He's a former King James onlyist himself, absolutely brilliant church historian, knows his stuff. Good brother in Christ, one of my best friends in this world. He's part of my Textual Confidence Collective. We did a podcast series that he was really the driver of, in which he went ahead and took up all of those charges against Westcott and Hort. And what he showed over and over again was that if there ever was a kernel of truth to some of the major criticisms against them, those kernels have been isolated from their context and exploded far beyond the size they deserve. And frequently there isn't even a kernel of truth. They really have been misrepresented. Tim goes in detail through all that stuff, and he's actually read Westcott and Hort in great detail and knows the 19th century British evangelical scene. And
so he knows how compromised they were and how they had Unitarians like George Van Smith have communion with them, causing a massive upheaval in that church. The Church of England wanted to kick him off the translation committee because he was a heretic, but Westcott and Hort stood up for him and demanded that he be on the committee. So Timothy Berg knows this. So he knows how heretics worked on the Westcott and Hort text, but he doesn't seem bothered by it.
Anglican scene in a way I really don't. I'm not a church historian. I'm a philologist, I like to call myself. I love the languages and I love English. But I would point people that direction. I have found no King James onlyists have responded to that at all.
Yeah.
All they want
hang on, what haven't we responded to? I mean, how many videos have I done? I think nearly every Timothy Berg video of the Textual Confidence Collective, I've done videos like this for hours and hours.
Misrepresented. Tim goes in detail through all that stuff, and he's actually read Westcott and Hort in great detail and knows the 19th century British evangelical scene. And
you don't have to read all of Westcott and Hort to figure out if they're hanging around Unitarians and defending them and having communion with them. It's like having would Mark Ward have a communion with the Jehovah's Witness? Would that just sort of override the fact that, we believe this and we believe that? Well, just that in itself, George Van Smith just writes those guys off as being orthodox or anything. They're defending a heretic, like an Arian.
Anglican scene in a way I really don't. I'm not a church historian. I'm a philologist, I like to call myself. I love the languages and I love English. But I would point people that direction. I have found no King James onlyists have responded to that at all.
I mean, I think I've done probably 10 videos about Tim Berg. I mean, some of them are on my Facebook, but they're older videos. I'm going through marginal notes and through his articles. I've read every one of Tim Berg's articles, and some of them I turn into audio and have listened to them over and over and over, and they make me just as mad as watching this because it's just lies, it's wrong. And Tim Berg in the Textual Confidence Collective just says says things that are wrong. And I've even said to him, hey, in this video I talk about you and I say this and say that. He's like, I don't watch videos. He just as if someone's made a video about you, wouldn't you watch it? Wouldn't you listen to it? He's just like, no time for that. And he was talking about Erasmus in Revelation chapter 1 verse 8, that he saw a ligature and didn't understand what it meant. I mean, to actually say that Erasmus didn't understand a ligature, firstly is that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard anyone say, because Erasmus, being the premier expert in Latin and Greek of that era, would understand all ligatures, even the ones that are in manuscripts, let alone that are printed, because he was Aldus Manutius proofreader for 9 months. You can't work for a guy like that at that level and not know ligatures. So they said, he didn't understand this ligature. And when they showed the ligature, it wasn't even a ligature. It was I think it was the word Lord or something like that. It was just a nomina sacra. No, it was it was God, Theta and Sigma, and they said he didn't understand what that ligature. He couldn't read it, and they showed a picture of it, and I'm like, that's like a normal Greek letter. And so that shows that Timothy Berg doesn't know Greek, and it shows that if Mark Ward's editing these videos, he doesn't know Greek either to know that that's not a ligature. And so I'm just watching it going, this is ridiculous. And they're accusing Erasmus of not knowing it. And I'm thinking, no, you guys don't even know it's not a ligature. I know it's not a ligature. Surely Erasmus would have known that it's not a ligature. Erasmus clearly just translated it. He read that. Or I'm pretty sure it was actually, I think it was the word theos, which is in the manuscript that they claim Erasmus used, but he didn't actually really use. And so anyway, we're nearly done here.
Yeah. All they want to do on those videos on my channel in that playlist is repeat the talking points. And I actually have a keyboard shortcut on my computer that spits out the phrase, please interact with the arguments made in the video. Mm-hmm. No one ever does it. I think that's an utterly fruitless route to go down unless you've already gotten pretty far down the readability route.
Gotcha. So one last thing before we go, Dr. Ward, how do people find you if they want to learn more about your teachings, your books, anything like that? How do they find you?
My website is wardonwords.com. That's also the name of my YouTube channel. Very soon here, we're recording now toward the end of January, but on February 1st, 2025, I will be releasing, Lord willing, the first of what I hope to be many courses that pastors could use in their Sunday school or that people could go through on their own. There will be some ancillary materials with them. The very first one is Bibliology 101, Bibliology for Beginners. And in 12 fairly short lessons with nice study and discussion questions afterward, I'll take people through the basics of a conservative evangelical viewpoint on Scripture. I'm really excited about the resources that I'm going to be making available to YouTube and Patreon members at a certain level. I'm going out on faith, going out on a limb to see if I can support my family and serve God's church at the same time through these courses. And you can check them out at wardonwords.com.
Well, Dr. Ward, I really appreciate your time helping us understand that this movement is something that can't be supported by Scripture, but also something that is incredibly divisive, something to watch out for. And truly, like I said earlier, it's something that I didn't grow up around it. It was total. I didn't even know it existed until I had to read Dr. White's book in seminary. And so I'm like, what? Wait, there are groups of people that believe this? Are you kidding me? And so grateful.
In your imagination, like it's that's the thing. But when you read through this, surely the first 5 definitions of what a King James onlyist is, you would certainly not group everyone together. You would see category errors. So, if I was to say to this guy, so do you recommend James White's book? He would say, yes, absolutely. Mark Ward's held this up so many times. Then I'd say, so do you think Art Farstead and Zane Hodges, James Snap Jr., Dwayne Green are King James onlyists? They'd look at me like, well, what do you mean? Who's saying that? I said, well, that's his second category. That's how dumb this book is. It's got so many silly things in it like that just demonize everyone who's not a critical text person. See, the reverse side of this, it's the reverse side of the coin. These guys are basically saying, if you don't follow the critical text, you're in a cult. That's what James White is basically saying in this book, okay? You're an onlyist. You should be exposed on cultish. You've got King James idolatry. You've got heresy. But then people are like, hang on, I'm a majority text person. I don't even like the King James or whatever. It's like, well, James White says you're an onlyist, King James onlyist. So notice they're just broad brushing everyone. So what does someone like me, what chance do I have when I'm a Textus Receptus King James preferred guy? What chance do I have of shaking the King James only label when they even label majority text people as King James only? So pretty much they are promoting a new cult that's only been around since has the puppy feet in Ruckman and a few others, but around since Westcott and Hort. These guys are promoting this new Bible, and anyone who doesn't adhere to their new Bible, they are in a cult. And you to just demonize them, shame them, group them all together. You know, these people are all together. They're all one cohesive group. They've got all these leaders around, and it's like, who? Anderson and, you know, Ruckman. And just because they're loud voices, it's like, well, they're the leaders, you know. And they demonize everyone. But if you were to ask these guys just some basic things that are in this book, like, do you think Art Farstead is a King James onlyist? They'd be like, no. It's like, well, why does James White say he is then in this book, the second category of a King James onlyist? I mean, I know people who are Textus Receptus only who don't like the King James. That's the third category of King James onlyist. So you can hate the King James, but you're a King James onlyist. How's that? I hate the King James. You're a King James only. But I hate the King James. You're a King James only. But I hate the King. You're a King James only. So I'm a majority text guy, King James only. But like majority text, like King James only. Or just grandma, just sitting there like, wow, I got a Bible. Got the Bible. You know, I'm just reading it, sitting on the couch. King James only. Why aren't you doing more to come against Ruckman and to come against Anderson? You realize you're on their you're playing for their team now. Why aren't you doing more to curb their horrible sin and to warn people? You aren't doing enough, Grandma. Oh, sorry, I'll get an ESV.
To you for the work that you've done on this and for your time today. This is super helpful.
Yeah, that was a really great interview. Like, I really appreciate your questions, and you're showing care and concern to people God has put within your church. Amen. By even bothering to explore an issue which is so bewildering to so many people. You kind of had to grow up in it.
Like some of these, like I really appreciate you guys commenting. And sometimes I'm clicking through, but I realize this has gone for 4.5 hours. I'd go for 10 hours if I read every comment, because some of them are gold. But like Christian McShaffrey just said, White's book is seminary level reading in some circles. It's like, he's like, when I was in seminary, I had to read this. It's like, are you joking? It's so bad. Like the logic is just out the window. But anyway.
Or at least get caught up in it for a while to realize how incredible the power it has over so many Christians.
That's so helpful. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And for all of you watching, thanks for joining us for Redeeming Truth. We'll see you next time.
So what do you get out of that? You got to throw your King James away. Don't give it to children. Most people who are walking around with the King James are compensating for their lack of manhood. When he said that, I'm just like, you know, because you hear people say that, you know, someone will turn up in a big 4-wheel drive and, you know, they jump out with the cowboy boots on, and it's like, oh, someone's compensating. You know, usually that gets said. And he's saying that's what we're doing. With the King James, we're compensating for our lack of masculinity because we don't have, you know, I guess, you know, we're all eating our vegetables nowadays. We're all vegans and we're all having soy milk. And so, you know, our estrogen levels are going through the roof. So that's why I follow the King James. I just do it because I know that deep down I'm lacking something in my life and I need to compensate for it. So, ta-da, King James. See, now I'm a man, you know. How ridiculous. So I'll just read through some of these last comments. Bold as a lion, I hear your neighbor. This is particularly disturbing to hear how Mark Ward deceives so many just for the love of money. I hear you, neighbor. Sorry. Anthony says, Ruckman is led forth like the man with the bullhorns, was paraded through the Capitol and brought by security into the chambers to make him face the extremism. Okay. Sort of Truth says, I get out of it at Ephesians 6:12. Is that when it says we fight against principalities and powers and all the works of the enemy, I'm pretty sure. Boulders Alliance says the Bible industrial complex is $1 billion business. Yes. And Mark Ward, in his latest video he just did on the ESV, at the end he's like, Logos Bible software. So he's back with Logos, getting promoted by them, or promoting them. Thank you for listening to Demon Truth. I love how Gip sent James White a coloring book with a box of crayons as more his speed. Christian says, after this, I'm going back to Nick's video on the KJV only controversy, only on part 3. Yeah, I've got to keep doing those. I want to continue on with the Septuagint stuff probably tomorrow. But yeah, I've got to continue back on with the King James Version only controversy book. Sword of Truth says, yes, sir. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Yes, that's exactly correct. Word of God. Mark Ward, Helg says, Mark Ward seems so offended in this video and even a little defeated. Maybe he feels like he wasted his time trying to convince King James Version only people. I think too, part of Mark Ward's strategy is to be the victim. We know that there are people around who are Karens, who play the victim. It's like, oh, you're walking too close to my car. How dare you? Just people who just get involved in something that they shouldn't get involved with. And Mark Ward has, since the beginning, played the victim. Like, oh, they called me this and they called me that. And, he acts a certain way. And then people are like, well, I think you're effeminate. But see, the word effeminate has the double meaning, because in the King James, the word effeminate means homosexual. But usually it's used in today's society as meaning someone who's just a little bit of a sissy, or someone who's not tough, or someone, that type of thing. So people are like, oh, I think he's a bit effeminate. I've been called effeminate. The critical text guys, they were constantly saying I'm effeminate. Okay, when I brought out my Easter video, people were like, this Nick says is effeminate. Maybe I can actually find someone saying that. Nick says estrogen. That's what they were saying. No, nothing matches that search. I guess people were saying, I've got too much estrogen and all this sort of stuff, which is basically saying the same thing. History documents saying great video, Nick. Eric S says, I've noticed a trend with channels with truth in the name. Most of them are not to be trusted. Yeah. Sort of Truth says, my 5, 6, and 7-year-old read from and are learning from the King James Bible. Mark will probably cry himself to sleep because of it. I can't wait for when my kids are learning Urdu, I'm going to teach them Greek, Hebrew as much as I possibly can. I've taught young people Greek, and they pick it up really quickly because it's very similar to English with a lot of the letters in the alphabet. But yeah, it's great. We can teach our kids many things, and one of the things I want to teach them is how, like, to read the King James Bible, so it's just second nature to them, so they don't stumble over any word. And then they will be able to go off into life reading all the Reformation material like it's the back of their hand. And so that'll be fantastic. Anthony says, Ned Flanders of The Simpsons was the template for the creation of the Mark Ward character. Yeah, there's a bit of that going on. Eric S says, Mark Ward would straight up tell you you're sending your kids to hell. Yeah, I forgot about that. Sort of the truth. You shouldn't sin. It's a sin. I mean, didn't Mark Ward just say that many are going to say on that day, didn't I cast out NIVs in your name? And the Lord's going to say, depart from me, I never knew you. So if you actually get rid of the NIV in your house, you are probably going to go to hell. Yeah. I think that's, and I think Mark Ward actually has that persona where it's a bit like, we see people in the certain movement that you can't talk about on YouTube. And they're like, they talk with a lisp and they talk in a certain way that people go, well, that's weird. And they get teased, but then they're a victim. And a lot of this, ABC, DFG community stuff is like, hey, I'm a victim here. Hey, you already hate me, sort of thing. And Mark Ward comes into the scene like, you guys already hate me. And he's playing the victim because this is part of his way of winning the argument. People feel sorry for him. People are like, oh, I can't believe they're teasing Mark. And notice all the way through that, he said that the comments that are coming through in his YouTube are the same as his friend who was pulling out dead children from a landslide. Like, what on earth is that? Like, have you ever had someone say something really harsh to you and you're like, yeah, that's harsh. But I mean, like pulling out dead children from a landslide, and you're like, why did you do this to me, God? And Mark said that that's how he felt when he's getting these YouTube comments. I mean, that's like, how can you compare getting teased a little bit to like online? Some keyboard warrior says something, and you're like, yeah, my friend was pulling out dead kids from the mud, and it did his head in, and this thing's the same to me, did my head in. I'm like, I think you've got some pretty bad categories there, Mark. Like, that's not really a comparison. Dead kid, someone on the keyboard, like, it's like, it's not the same. You can't compare those two. But it's not until you slow these things down that you really understand some of what Mark's saying. Anyway, I'll read through these last comments and then I'll probably pull the pin. Calvin says, for such a false prophets, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Yes, and the word apostle there stands out because that's what he calls himself. It says, I'm an apostle to the King James only. But he's given up on us, apparently. I mean, Paul was an apostle to the Gentiles and would have died for them. I don't think Mark Ward wouldn't even give me a phone call. He thinks he's bitter at me. He thinks I hate him, Bold says, Nick is very, very thorough. I know by listening to Nick's common sense and truth, he bears much fruit. Thanks again for your precious time, Nick. Yeah, cheers, Bold as a lion. Sort of Truth says, all I heard in that video was, yea, hath God said. Yeah, that's the original cause to fall. Calvin says, therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. 2 Corinthians 11, 14 and 15. Actually, it should be 13, 15. Anthony says, could this be bait to provoke comments that would get KJV people banned? Yeah, I guess it's more comments so that people go, oh, Mark Ward's toxic or Mark Ward's being a jerk. And then people like see they're full of hatred, not Mark Ward's just slandering us and saying all types of untrue things about us. Okay. Sword says, the algorithm definitely knows how to steer the masses in the direction they want. And they also use AI accounts to do that. Yeah, and I've often wondered that some people have an enemy that's actually not real. It's either a bot or it's just someone who doesn't like them, or it could be a friend. Like, hey, like if I was part of that whole thing and I didn't really have that much morality, I'd be like, hey, Mark, you're gay or something, and then he's like all stirred up and, and just to get him to do more videos or to get him to talk about the King James issue more, or talk, just say things that are really hurtful and all the rest of it, to get him like that. But I'm sure there are enough KJV people saying that out there. I've been called all these things for 20 years now. Since I've been on the internet a lot, people have said horrible things. And people jump on the Textus Receptus Academy and say all sorts of things. And I usually challenge them. I'm like, okay, you're saying this, prove it. And I don't delete their posts. I go, we'll leave this up here. I want you to, explain yourself. You're calling me this, you're calling me that. Tell me, like Rick Norris, he just kept saying, you're a King James onlyist, King James only. And he wouldn't. I'm like, how many King James only people have done a Bible translation? And he went quiet for a little while, but then he was back with it. You're a King James. And so I just blocked him after a while because he was just copying and pasting. But anyway, guys, I'm going to split. We've gone for nearly 5 hours. And I will probably do a video tomorrow on the Septuagint. So, but unless, well, actually, I'm weighing up whether I should jump into the ESV controversy, because I know I mentioned it in my last video, but there's a lot of banter online. James White's done a video, Dwayne Green did a video, Mark Ward's done a video. So it's like, maybe I should talk about that issue. And we will talk about the, I think it's 60 or so places that the ESV has done updates. So maybe we can look at that, but I'm not sure. Whatever I feel when I wake up tomorrow, I'll do. But yeah, bless you guys. I recommend you all go out and buy a King James Bible and give it to some kid somewhere. Maybe like the damage that Mark Ward's done, maybe we can reverse that by simply going out and everyone buy a King James and go and give it to a kid somewhere. That'd be radical. That'd be awesome. All right, guys, I'll play my fancy outro and I'll see you again soon.